Come on, man. What's the deal here? Hmm. Time. It's 29.
5 things to know ahead of today's opening bell. First up, an official survey showing that China's manufacturing activity actually contracted for a third consecutive month in June. That comes despite the country's stimulus efforts trying to help stabilize certain aspects of the industrial sector. President Trump teasing a potentially big development in the TikTok ownership saga. The president telling Fox News that he has a group of, in his words, very wealthy people ready to buy the short-form video app, and that he can reveal their identities in about 2 weeks, although Trump did add that the deal will probably need China's approval. Court filings show that the Department of Justice has settled its lawsuit challenging Hewlett-Packard Enterprise's $14 billion all-cash acquisition of Juniper Networks. Tesla says it has completed its first driverless delivery of a new car. The company's X account posting a video showing what it said was a Model Y driving on public roads Friday in Austin, Texas, straight to a customer.
Ooh.
And Warren Buffett making a massive charitable contribution. He is donating $6 billion worth of his company's stock to 5 foundations. The largest portion is going to the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation Trust, which will receive more than 9 million shares. Since 2006, Buffett's total charitable give exceeds $60 billion.
Coming up, we got a lot more this morning on Squawk Box. It's only 6:30. We've got a lot more. Former Commerce Secretary and White House Chief of Staff Bill Daley is going to be with us to talk about President Trump's tax and spending bill and the chances at its final passage ahead of the July 4th holiday. We'll see. Plus, Daley's got some harsh words for his own Democratic Party. We'll get into those. And a reminder, you get the best of Squawk Box and our daily podcast. Follow Squawk Pod on your favorite podcast app. You can listen anytime. We're coming right back. Do not go anywhere.
Okay. There's that done. I gotta go.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. Former Obama White House Chief of Staff and longtime Democratic strategist Bill Daley calling out his own party for its current direction. In a Wall Street Journal op-ed criticizing a New York mayoral candidate, Zohran Mamdani, Daley writes the following. He says, quote, Democrats rightly deplore the Republican Party for capitulating to Donald Trump and an agenda that threatens democracy and decency, but we'd better pause and note how our own party is creeping dangerously close to an agenda that's equally outlandish and radical. Bill Daley joins us this morning right now. He also serves as President President Clinton's Commerce Secretary. I should say did in the past. I said that almost as if it was the president. Bill, I read the op-ed, and I think the question is the Democratic Party still your Democratic Party?
Well, I think we will see. This is a great example. The candidate in New York is a member of the Democratic Socialist Party. He has said he's a member of that party. That party's agenda and its platform is extremely radical. And we saw this movie when the Tea Party basically began to take over the Republican Party. And moderate Republicans were saying, well, don't worry, we can work with them. Then they threw Cantor out, they threw Boehner out, Ryan out as Speaker. Obviously, President Trump came along and they joined forces. The Tea Party was first one to question President Obama's birth, whether he was born in Kenya or in Hawaii. And so Trump jumped on that. And we're seeing, to a certain degree, this far socialist, some call progressive, part of the of society, basically trying to take over the Democratic Party. I have no problem if someone wants to be a member of the Socialist Party. Not that socialism has worked anywhere in the world, but be honest about it. And I think Democrats, leaders of the Democratic Party, have to ask this gentleman, where do you stand? You talked earlier about the global intifada that he wouldn't really reject on Sunday's talk show. An intifada calls for violence. It is a global violence because of the difference with Israel. So I think there's some serious differences that if the Democratic leaders don't stand up and begin to ask questions, we did see where some of these progressive socialists, whatever you want to call them, left the party last fall and helped elect Donald Trump.
Right.
They didn't support
Bill,
Donald
but here's the question, at least in the city of New York. The options at this point, and I'm imagining Cuomo is out. I imagine Cuomo may take himself out. I imagine Cuomo's out. Either way, I'm putting him on the side for a moment. Then the options, like the genuine options, become Mamdani or become Eric Adams. A lot of folks seem to think that Eric Adams, as we've discussed before, is a hostage of President Trump's, given this sort of unique and strange settlement that he's reached there. And so the question is, this goes back to, some people looked at the last election. They said, look, the options, we don't like the options, but this is how we're going to look at the options. What do you think people do?
Well, I'm not going to tell New Yorkers what they ought to do. Obviously, they'll make that decision. But life is about choices. You've seen Mayor Adams, and I'm not defending what he's done, but he has run the city for 4 years. The Democratic nominee today is early 30s, extremely dynamic, extremely attractive to young people especially. But this is a $200 billion company with, I don't know how many hundreds of thousands of employees in New York. That is a massive job to undertake. Right. And so one has to look at maybe two bad choices and make a judgment as to what's the best thing for the long-term future of New York City. The Democratic Party leaders have to look at this and make a decision what's good for the Democratic Party.
Why do you think that Eric Adams has not gotten the credit, for example? By the way, crime in New York City over the last year is actually down about 30%. I mean, it's meaningful. There are meaningful things that you can look to related to Eric Adams. My supposition is that it's all clouded by everything else as it relates to this case and Trump and everything else, and that for some Democrats, that for them that's a bridge too far.
Exactly. I think all the sideshow around the trial and then his deal with the Trump administration clouds whatever he has done, good or bad, in the city of New York. But again, this is a massive job running the largest city in the world. It is a difficult job, and it is one that really I would hope that the people of New York, as other citizens of big cities, look at this as a management job and not just a platform to spew whatever opinions people have about life.
But Bill, to the extent you talk about management, I would look back at the time the Mayor Bloomberg was the mayor of the city, and I would say the city was almost at its zenith, at least in recent memory. By the end of Bloomberg's third term, and I know there was debate about even the third term itself, the Democratic Party had turned against him, and they didn't like stop and frisk. They didn't like lots of things about, again, inequality and everything else that they thought had come into the city.
Right. Well, there's legitimate issues. You mentioned it earlier, Andrew, about affordability and housing and other issues. They're serious. I do agree with you that I think Bloomberg's tenure was incredible, especially the first 2 terms. Third term gets very, very difficult, and people get tired. They want somebody new in the thing. They left him and went to de Blasio, which was a difficult 8 years. But I think that people have got to look at this as a management job. It is not just a platform, as I said, to spew whatever opinions one has about life. It is a serious job, and you've got, 20 million people living in New York City who depend upon strong leadership. And I think that the voters over the next number of months have got to really ask questions. And the leaders of the Democratic Party nationally have got to look at, is this very, very, very left socialist piece of the Democratic Party going to take over the Democratic Party as the far right, far right Tea Party people took over anti-government.
That was my question to you. Do you think that we're extrapolating to, there's a lot of articles that are suggesting Mamdani is the future of the Democratic Party, that this is not just an issue that's idiosyncratic to New York City, this is the future of the way this is going to go in the rest of the country. Do you believe that?
No, not at all. Look, in urban America, yes, it's Chicago, New York, big cities, but that's not America totally. You go to suburban areas, you go to rural areas in America, it is a very different electorate. The electorate nationally is center, maybe center left, center right, somewhere in that middle. Donald Trump won this last election because he had people who were in that center right or even center who went with him as opposed to the alternative. But the idea that a socialist is going to win a national election, I think that's quite a stretch to see that happen, considering, especially in this Democratic Socialist Party that this gentleman in New York is a member of. And you look at the agenda: no border, open borders, do away with ICE, get out of NATO, close military bases around the world, defund the police. Really? You think that's going to get...
I understand that you don't think they'll win a national election, and I agree with that, but can someone like that win a primary? And I'm not talking Mamdani, but if you look at any polls right now, they all have AOC at the top of the list in terms of who would win a Democratic primary right now.
Becky, I don't disagree with you. I think if Bernie Sanders was 10 years younger, he'd be the nominee of the party in 3 years at the way this party is going. Do I think he would win a general election? I think it would be very, very hard. Because again, it's a very different electorate. You can this sort of candidate win a Democratic primary? I think it is going to be very challenging for the other candidates who want to run in 3 years to beat that back, unless they have a very attractive, not only agenda, but they're this candidate, from what I read, is extremely attractive, very good on social media. He gets where the young people are. He can stimulate them. And that's great in a primary. Only 1 million people voted in the primary in New York City last week. So you're not talking about the sort of election that you have nationally.
Only 1.1 million people voted in the final mayoral election last time around too, though. So 1 million people is a huge part of the voting electorate in New York City.
But one has to ask themselves the question: why are so few people voting about the future of the New York City and the leader of the city? Why are people not engaged? We saw the same thing in Chicago, quite frankly, where people seem to just disengage, except for a small group who get very excited, and on the far left, socialist, progressive, whatever I call seem to be dominating primaries. That's another reason, and the difficulty with primaries, just as you saw on the Republican side, and you see Senator Tillis basically threatened by President Trump, and he announces yesterday he's quitting, and he's not going to stay around the Senate, which may be enough.
We got to run, but I have one final question for you, and it really relates to what might be described as the old Democratic Party, which is to say, President Clinton came out in support of Andrew Cuomo. That didn't seem to move the needle. I wonder, as this election progresses, whether you think your other former boss, President Obama, would get involved in this, or other sort of leaders of the party. I don't even know who you think the leaders of the party are anymore.
Well, in New York, you've got Schumer and you got Jeffries, obviously the ranking member in the House, and hopefully will be Speaker in 2 years, and the Senate leader are the two big people that people are going to look to for an opinion about this candidate who is representing the Democratic Party, even though he's a member of the Democratic Socialist Party, which has an agenda that is very different than the Democratic Party's agenda for America.
Fair enough. Bill, great to see you.
Great.
Appreciate it.
Nice to see you.
Fascinating op-ed, worth reading, everybody.
Thank you.
When we come back, F1 racing to the top of the box office over the weekend and a big win for Apple. We'll tell you how much money that film earned. Squawk Box will be right back.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. Apple scoring its biggest ever opening weekend at the North American box office. The company's F1 the movie starring Brad Pitt, debuting with more than $55 million in ticket sales. Apple had mixed success previously at the box office, but this type of opening weekend could go a long way towards helping the company recoup F1's more than $200 million production budget. Then you oftentimes are supposed to double that when it comes to the marketing budget. So
and they've done some heavy marketing on this. You can't go anywhere and not see it.
Totally. But
It's
also,
pretty slick, though.
internationally, I think it's up to about 144 million in total, so it's doing very, very well. One of the film's producers, the legendary, the Hollywood legend himself, Jerry Bruckheimer, is going to join us next hour. We're going to get to talk to him about this film and Top Gun and all the things he's been. I mean, this guy, this is the man. This is the man.
Yeah, it has been for a very long time.
For a very, very long time. We're going to talk about how this whole film came about and how he sees the film industry going forward.
When we come back, your latest weather forecast, and no, we're not going to tell you whether it's going to rain today or not. Instead, we're going to talk about the business of increasingly precise weather forecasting, why it's so important to industry. Stay tuned, you're watching Squawk Box, and this is CNBC. All right, welcome back, everybody. The business of weather forecasting is increasingly precise and competitive as consumers expect more targeted, hyper-local forecasts, and businesses require them too. That comes despite cuts to key government agencies by the Trump administration. And joining us right now is Tom Weber. He's the author of a book called Cloud Warriors: Deadly Storms, Climate Chaos, and the Pioneers Creating a Revolution in Weather Forecasting. Full disclosure, Tom's been a friend of mine for over 30 years. We used to be reporters together at the Wall Street Journal covering the internet. And Tom, it's really great to have you.
It's great to be here. Thanks.
I think back to the early days when I knew you and your fascination with all things related to tornadoes. You wanted to basically recreate the movie Twister and go chase tornadoes around Oklahoma, which you eventually did.
Yes, I mean, I think like a lot of people, I've always been fascinated by the weather. And one of my goals, you might remember our editor at the time would not sign off on my expense report to go storm chasing. That was like 30 years ago. So in doing this book, I finally realized my dream of going storm chasing in Oklahoma, which was a blast. It is very exciting when you get to the edge of these storms and the hail is just pummeling the vehicle. But in addition to being kind of exciting and cool, it was an opportunity for me to see why researchers go on these storm chases and the type of data that they're collecting, which is all aimed at improving our ability to predict tornadoes and issue better warnings. And the thing, I was with NOAA's top storm chaser, and we're basically driving around in a mobile weather station that is collecting data as it drives into the edge of the storm. So that was it took 30 years, but I finally got my storm chase.
As somebody who used to live in Oklahoma and we hid from these things, I think you're nuts. But let's talk a little bit about the book and why you did this with what businesses are doing right now. You had an excerpt in the Wall Street Journal recently, and it focused on drone deliveries. It's the new wave. It's coming with Amazon and so many other companies. I never thought about the idea of how important weather forecasting was on a hyper-local basis for them. It can basically shut them down if there's a storm that comes up.
So what I wanted to understand in doing my research was how good weather forecasting has gotten and where the cutting edge is. And I really started to think about forecast information as weather intelligence. And businesses want good intelligence, and if you know how to put it to work, it's very valuable. Hyperlocal forecasting, may be the most cutting edge area of everything that's happening in meteorology. And it's just what it sounds like. Hyperlocal means the forecast is down to the level of a few blocks. Your typical weather forecast covers a city or a zip code or a region. These are very specialized forecasts that zoom into tight to small areas, and they're helping enable important emerging industries. Drones, you mentioned, are ones. Drone operators, if they want to do delivery services or other operations, they need to know what the wind is like at 1,000 feet. If you are sending a drone upwind, you're eating up your battery faster. So everything you do, if you think flying your own drone in my backyard like I do, it's not that big a deal. If you're trying to operate a fleet of drones and scale up and be more efficient, you really need that weather information.
Yeah, I thought it was already so complex. I'm stunned at how much more complicated it is than I even thought it was going to be.
Yeah, and it's amazing to be able to predict the weather down to a few blocks, but we're starting to get there.
What's the economics of just the weather industry? Like, are people investing in the weather industry? Are there lots of private companies that people are engaged in? What does that look like?
The business element of weather forecasting is amazing. I spent some time with undergraduate students at Penn State who are headed into the meteorology world. 20 years ago, they'd all be headed to television or the National Weather Service. These days, a lot of them are looking at jobs in business. And your viewers, I think, would be familiar with how important forecasting is for things like insurance or agriculture. But there's a lot of other companies that I think people don't realize are looking closely at the weather. I spent some time at an electric utility in Southern California that has stood up this incredible in-house weather forecasting operation with meteorologists. They have their own weather sensors dotting their coverage area. They even have a specialized computer model, and it's all to predict wildfire conditions because utilities in California.
How much are these companies spending on this kind of stuff? I mean, this team, for example, and all the sensors and.
It's I don't know the budget at that utility. I can tell you overall in the U.S. it's a relatively small amount of money for what we get. The fiscal 2024 budget for NOAA, which includes the Weather Service, but all of NOAA, was $6.3 billion. There's been talk this year of trying to cut that budget in half, which is pretty drastic. But what you see a lot of companies doing is just bringing in one or two weather experts who can use all the forecast data that's out there, but turn it into decision-based information for the rest of their management team.
Tom, I want to thank you for coming in. The book, again, is called Cloud Warriors, and I'm really glad to see you.
Oh, thank you so much. So great to get to talk to you guys about it. Great to see you.
Thank you.
Meantime, it is just past 7 a.m. on the East Coast. You're watching Squawk Box right here on CNBC. I'm Andrew Ross Sorkin along with Becky Quick. Joe is off today. We got a lot going on. Among today's top stories, a vote, call it a vote-a-rama, really, scheduled to begin around 9 a.m. as the Senate works to advance President Trump's mega bill. North Carolina Senator Tom Tillis was one of two Republicans who said no over the weekend. He wasn't going to do it. President Trump blasting the senator on social media. Tillis later saying he's now not going to run for re-election in 2026, making some very pointed comments about what he thinks is happening in Washington right now. And in trade news, Canada has now walked back its digital services tax on the United States. That's in anticipation of a trade deal. The move comes after President Trump abruptly terminated trade discussions with Canada over that tax on Friday.
In the meantime, stocks have marched higher, but what about the economic outlook? Our senior economics reporter, Steve Leisman, joins us right now. He's got a rapid update with how things are going. Steve, good morning.
Good morning, Becky. Yeah, the economic outlook has brightened a bit, but it's not nearly as rosy as the market looks to be. Most forecasts still see tariff effects weakening growth and driving inflation higher, though both are somewhat less than they were in our prior forecasts. The average of 15 forecasts on the street in the CNBC Rapid Update, up almost a percentage point for the second quarter to 2.5% from 1.6% in April. But growth, you can see there, that dip down is still weaker in the third and fourth quarters before it returns to trend by the beginning of 2026. The overall year outlook is 1.3%. That's the average, but there's a debate among forecasters about whether it will be the growth will come in at or below trend. You can see Action Economics and Goldman towards the top of our respondents there. Raymond James right in the middle. J.P. Morgan and Morgan Stanley, they're a little bit below trend towards that 1% area. Average core PCE inflation also came down for the second quarter with what looks to be an expectation of a delayed tariff impact, but it's forecast to shoot up in the third and fourth quarters back towards 3% before settling down next year. That remains a percentage point above. It fuels this debate we're having about whether the Fed should cut now or hold till those numbers start to come down. These forecasts could be off the mark again. They forecast weakness and recession in 2023 and 24. Didn't happen. Equity investors, well, maybe they're betting on better outcomes or differentiating, guys, among the stocks that will be hurt by tariffs and those that aren't. Unclear, Becky.
You know, Steve, earlier this morning we had Stephanie Link on, and she talked about the GDP we've actually seen in the first half, and probably the market's reflection too, broad reflection, watching what's happening with markets today over the last week, over the last even several weeks. I mean, they seem to think that the economy's doing pretty good and that the market's going to be able to weather all of this because companies will be able to weather all of this.
Well, certainly we don't see recession in there. There were some negative numbers back in April, and even before, when those April 2nd tariffs came out, there was a lot more concern. People have backed off that. I mean, the idea being when you put up GDP numbers that are weaker towards 1%, the theory is that something's got to give in terms of tariffs. Now, I understand that there have been markdowns in the earnings outlook for tariff-affected companies, and it looks to some extent like the Mag 7 and some of the other tech companies are sort of overshadowing what's happening beneath. But again, I don't think we get out of this without any tariff impact. It looks like it will be a little less. And right now, if we get out of this with a couple quarters of weaker growth, I think that would be getting off cheap.
You think the Fed reacts more to weaker growth or inflation at that point?
Yes. I mean, those two charts there are precisely the Fed's dilemma. You get that weaker growth, but notice that inflation, if you could have put up that core PCE chart again, you'll see it remains relatively high. And I think they have to make that choice. If it looks like they can look through it, there it is. And they can, I mean, this is precisely what Powell's talking about. Every forecast on the street, we have 15 forecasts, you name it, they're part of this survey. And that's, everybody sees it going up a little bit less than it was, but towards that 3% range. If they can feel confident of the backside of that forecast right there, that it does begin to come down into 2026, they could maybe cut a little bit in the back half of this year towards the fall. But I think they have to be confident it's coming down.
Okay, Steve, thank you.
Pleasure.
We got some news just I want to tell you about because it's elected into the stock already, up about 3.5%. And Moderna, the company, announcing positive phase 3 trial results for its mRNA flu vaccine. Now, the company plans to submit the data for peer review and engage with regulators on approval submissions. We're going to watch the stock this morning and see what happens there. There's still obviously all sorts of questions about whether people even want the flu shot anymore.
All right, when we come back, a real-time business update from Verizon CEO Hans Vestberg as the company celebrates its 25th anniversary. We've got that next. And then later, New York Republican Congressman Mike Waller will join us on the version of the mega bill that's making its way through the Senate right now and its potential fate in the House if it passes the Senate. Squawk Box will be right back. Welcome back, everybody. Verizon was created 25 years ago, believe it or not, in June of 2000 with the merger of Bell Atlantic and GTE. Today, it stands as one of the biggest wireless and broadband providers in the United States. And joining us right now with a real-time update on the company's business is Verizon CEO Hans Vestberg. Hans, I have to say, on the one hand, I was like, oh, it's only 25 years ago. On the other hand, I remember when you guys created, or when it was created, and when it took the name Verizon, trying to figure out what Verizon meant. I can't believe it's been 25 years since that day.
No, a lot have happened in 25 years for sure. Of course, Verizon was created of a lot of mergers on the.
It's a weird name. Why'd you guys pick Verizon?
Yeah, so Verizon was a great innovation on my predecessor. Is sort of Veritas for truth and Horizon for looking forward, and then they put together a word that doesn't exist, Verizon. Which
all the real words have been taken already.
Yeah, exactly. No, so I think it was my predecessor were just great leaders that put this together and moved Verizon to the top spot in this market and actually in the world when it comes to telecoms, which you're humble continuing the work they have done. But I also remember, 2000, I was just looking at 2000. Remember, you were doing still kilobits per second in both the wireline and the wireless networks. You hardly didn't send SMS by that, messages. That were not even feasible. So, a tremendous development. Today, we cannot live without mobility and broadband. Of course, Verizon has invested enormously over these years.
That's kind of where the battle stands right now. Now that wireless companies have rolled out this 5G fixed wireless service, that's competing with broadband on a broader scale, and you've got cable companies, wireless providers, all of you guys kind of competing and lowering prices for consumers to win that business.
I think that historically the prices have actually gone up on the service fee. I think what we've seen a little bit on the wireless side has been a competition on promotions when you do want a new phone, and that's where you've seen most of the competition the last couple of years. But of course, it's very important to keep the sort of the levels of pricing up in order to continue to invest. Since I became the CEO of Verizon, we have invested more than $200 billion in the United States of America.
Well, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, the big question over the last 25 years is you could argue that you and some of the cable operators and others, you wouldn't like the word monopoly, but you own the train tracks, the railroads, if you will. And whether it was owning them even wirelessly, meaning you had FCC, you had the broadband.
Yeah.
Or with the cable. With
the
Fios.
cable, you had the stuff on the ground. The question is, in an era where you have SpaceX, putting up satellites, where you have Amazon now putting up satellites with Kuiper, which is probably 2 or 3 years away from really being commercialized on a massive scale, how all that changes. And there's been such huge investment made by so many folks, and it may be a multi-layered thing. It may be in big cities, people use fiber because it's easier into the buildings, but in rural places they use satellites. What does that do to the business long term?
I think the satellite business is, as we see it, mostly complementary what we're doing. But in certain places that are very rural, we can neither do fiber or even wireless in some cases because electricity is not good enough there. So that's definitely a case. There are use cases also with satellites, with vessels and things like that cannot be reached by traditional telecom. So for me, they are more a partner to me than anything else. Then of course going to be fringes of competition, but if you go to a dense city like this, satellite cannot work because of the density of it. So I think it's going to be more complementary, and again, it's about to give the customers ubiquitous connectivity.
Is it worth using your broadband for fixed line wireless? Because there is an argument to be made that over time, you may actually try to move the fixed line basically to the phone, that there's more money for you in being sort of purely wireless on a margin basis.
Yeah, spend a lot of time on that, but I think about it like this. From the data center, wherever you have your data, it's a streaming service, whatever you have, until the edge of the network, everything is fiberized because that's where all the data goes. Then at the edge of the network, we decide if I use a mobile phone or if I use a fixed line or whatever. That's the future because there are different use cases, different preferences for customers. So for me, it's the most important. That's what I did when I came into Verizon, was to fiberize everything from the data center to the edge of the network, harmonize it, have redundancy. And then at the edge, we decide do you have 4G phone, 5G phone, do you have fiber, do you have fixed wireless access, different type of access technology. If you're a big enterprise, you have different demands if you're a consumer. So that's how I see the future of the world.
How much are you spending to build out fiber to the last mile to the home for consumers?
So right now we're building roughly 650,000 new passings a year. But of course I have the pending acquisition of Frontier. When we combine that, it's going to be way more, and we're going to be actually with fiber in 31 states.
How much is that in terms of capex on it?
We never disclose exactly the capex because we change a lot inside. We have been on a business as usual investment on $18 to $8.5 billion in the network every year.
There's the question that's been brought up recently just about whether you're losing more customers because you've raised prices when it comes to postpaid phone customers. In the first quarter, Verizon lost 289,000 of them. That matches the worst quarter on record for Verizon. What happened?
I think that the first quarter, first of all, is usually a slower quarter from postpaid consumer, and we had some price increases, then we had some churn, so it's actually, it was sort of planned for us. So, but the difference was also that our prepaid was doing way better. Ultimately, I look at all customers in all customers group. You talk about consumers, and I look at how many customers do I put on my platform that are profitable. That's really what we think about. Then the prepaid business on the first quarter was the best quarter ever on prepaid. So it's a balance in between them. But ultimately, we of course want to gain customers in all our segments because we're number one in all our wireless segments.
Andrew brings up just how many more competitors you have at this point. Who do you consider your biggest competitor?
There are many that want to compete with us. If you're number one in basically everything you do, you have different competitors. I have different competitors on fiber, on fixed wireless access. I have different on wireless for government. I have different on the consumer, postpaid or prepaid. There are different customers, different brands that we're competing with. So I wouldn't say that I have one competitor. I have many.
Okay, here's a question. You're mostly a domestic business.
Yeah, my business to business is global, but yes.
But my question actually with the business to business piece is as these data centers go everywhere, there's been a long question about whether you really need to be global and whether you can be global, whether regulators would allow you to genuinely be global, what kind of costs you could take out of the business if it was a truly global business. I mean, I remember in the late 90s covering when there was, questions about what Verizon and Vodafone would ultimately merge.
Yeah.
This was in the UK. This is 25 years ago.
We were sort of merged in the,
Yes,
in
you sort
the
of
United
were.
States. The regulation, of course, is preventing the consumer and wireless business to be global because historically there's no synergies in between different companies across the globe because of the regulation. I mean, you see that in Europe right now where you see more and more companies going to fewer and fewer markets. So you're right, it's hard to see actually. But the business to business, but if you follow the large enterprise customers, the large banks sitting around here, they want one provider in the world to supply them with private IP networks, and that we can do because we have different assets and we're different parts.
Hansma, thank you for coming in. And again, I'm shocked it's only been 25 years, but then shocked it has been 25 years.
Yeah, it's time flies.
I remember 9X and Bell Atlantic.
Yeah.
Yeah, those were the days.
Yeah, I wasn't here by then.
I know.
I was working in the Brazilian market by then and consolidate that. So I remember it. It was the era of 2G, 3G. We went to 3G. It was dramatic. We can do 1 megabit per second on the mobile network. Today we do gigabits in the network. So of course, a lot of things has happened.
Thanks, Hans.
Thank you so much.
My 2400 baud modem.
Yeah.
Coming up, Apple's racing drama F1, starring Brad Pitt, topping the weekend box office, bringing more than $55 million in the U.S. and Canada. We've got a legend, like a true legend from Hollywood. It's coming on right after this. Jerry Bruckheimer is going to be joining us right after the break. You do not want to miss this. Okay, folks, I am more excited about this than just about anything that's happening this morning, so indulge me. F1 opened this weekend, delivering a huge box office debut that signals a major step forward for Apple as it deepens its investment in theatrical releases. Joining us right now is the man behind this film and so many others that you know. He is a legend. Jerry Bruckheimer is the producer of F1 and other legendary films like Pirates of the Caribbean, Top Gun. We could be here all morning long, Jerry, if I did the list. But it is so great to see you this morning, and we're thrilled to have you on the broadcast. Congratulations on the Open.
Well, thank you. I'm really thrilled to be with you this morning. It's an amazing weekend for us to have this kind of success on a movie that is not a sequel. And it's a tough business, and the fact that we got this one open in a big way, it's Brad Pitt's biggest opening ever.
So take us back to the beginning of this, because this was not a foregone conclusion. There was nothing preordained about the success of this film, or even that it would ever even be greenlit.
Well, what's interesting about it is our tracking was terrible. We were going to open to $30 million. As we opened to 144, and that's as of yesterday, and I think it might even go up over last night. We weren't down as much as they thought we were going to be down on Sunday. But this is a 4-year process for us to get this movie made, and the fact that F1 leaned in and said, yeah, please join us, be one of our teams. We were the 11th team on the grid. For anybody who doesn't know anything about F1, there are 10 teams, 2 drivers to each team. We became the 11th team. What's interesting about F1 is your teammate is also your competitor, so that creates great drama for us.
And how did this film come about, and how did you get to Apple? And I'm curious actually how you felt about being with Apple as opposed to maybe one of the more traditional studios these days as we think about streamers and versus being in the theaters, out of the theaters, all that.
Well, what happened is Joe Kosinski, who directed Top Gun for us, came to me and said, I got this idea to do an F1 movie, because he'd been watching Drive to Survive on Netflix, and they focus on the last place teams. So we figured that's an interesting entry into this world. So he had met Lewis Hamilton, who is a 7-time world champion in F1, Sir Lewis Hamilton, and we had a conversation with him. We met him for lunch, and he said, I'll help you with this movie, and became a producer on the film. Then we went to Brad Pitt and said, Brad, here's what we have, here's the idea. We have the same writer as wrote Top Gun, Aaron Kruger, and then we pitched it to 9 different studios. And Apple was the one who really leaned in, because Joe and Brad wanted to make this for real. He wanted to be driving these cars. He didn't want to do any blue screen or the stuff that we normally do. He wanted to do the right way. So what we did is we trained him and Damson Idris, who is the second lead in the movie, for 4 months to be able to drive one of these cars. They started on a road car, then they went to open wheel cars, then they went to F4 cars, then F3, F2, and finally got into our car. Mercedes built the car for us, and along with Joe helping design it. We had 15 camera positions around the car. It's the most authentic looking movie about F1 or racing ever made, because Sony created a separate camera, a smaller camera for us than what we used in Top Gun. Also, Apple took their iPhone camera, enhanced it, and put it in 2 cars in every single race on the real races. So the authenticity and the speed that we captured is amazing.
Well, that's what I was going to ask. How fast did Brad ever get, and how scared were you?
Well, Brad got to over 180 miles an hour. My happiest day was in Abu Dhabi when he climbed out of the car and he was finished. That was his unhappiest day. He wanted to keep going. He loved it.
Hey, Jerry, you mentioned that this wasn't a sequel, and you're right. It's really tough to bring out new ideas and get the studios to embrace it, and there's always a question of whether the audience will embrace it too. Obviously, huge hit with this one. How long will it take to make a sequel to this? Because with Top Gun, it took 36 years.
Well, let's hope it's less. It depends on the audience. If they keep coming, I think Brad will lean in, and certainly we want to do it.
How do you think about streamers today versus the old school studios, all of whom are now attached to streamers, the consolidation, the back end, all of that, and whether the business is going to continue to thrive in the way it had in the past, or we should think about it very differently?
Well, there's a revolution going on, obviously, in our business with the streamers leading in. But we've been through this before. Look, at the movie business was over after television came in many years ago. Nobody was going to go to the cinema. That was wrong. Then DVDs came in and VHSs, and then we were going to the end of the movie business. We're still alive. Streamers have come in, which is great for Hollywood because there's more content that we can create around the world with streamers, with studios. Look at, there's so much content on the streamers. It keeps everybody busy. You can't all be in the theatrical business. We have to do both, and I do both.
Do you think long term, though, I mean, everybody's expecting consolidation, and look, you've had enormous success, and I imagine every streamer still wants to be very much in business with you and pay you at the top end of every range that exists. But it seems like it's going to be harder and harder and harder for those who are not at your level or Brad Pitt's level, no?
Well, everybody has to start somewhere, and if you build a good reputation, it's a very small town, you do a good job, you create good content, we create more stars that way. You know, streaming can create directors we want to work with, writers we want to work with, and features. And that's how the business grows.
AI, you scared of it? You excited by it?
Look at it. We've had these things before to enhance our business, and it'll help us. That's for sure. I mean, just the fact that we can create things in a cheaper way, in a better way, that's good for our business.
What does it mean for the actors and the other talent associated with it? They seem to be a little more concerned and afraid of it.
Well, there's protections built into the new contract to make sure that they're taken care of in the right way, and I think we want to do it the right way. You can't create something that an actor doesn't want to do because of our agreements with SAG.
Now, final question. I have kids who are 14 and 8, but the 14-year-olds, you know, getting them to sit through a full movie, 2 hours or more these days, is tough. I mean, I don't understand. Sometimes we'll be at home and I'll say, guys, watch a movie. Like, just sit and watch a movie. And of course, they're on their phone, you know, wanting to go through TikTok. I'm desperately trying to get them off. Do you think there's a shift in the way this next generation even thinks about film? I mean, I love film. I love a great TV show. I like seeing it on a big screen. I like going to a theater. But it does seem that there's something happening generationally. And I'm curious how you think about that and what you do about it.
The film or the TV show has to be engaging. It has to really capture their imagination and grab them right away. And we've done it in a really unique way with the speed of these cars. But we're great with all the bells and whistles. But this movie's emotional, it's funny, and it's romantic. It's got all those things that we love. It's great to be in an enclosed space with a group of people that are enjoying something, that are applauding, that are laughing. And we found on Sunday, we had a lot of families come to watch this movie with young kids, with older kids, because it engages them. It's exciting. It's like Rocky on steroids. It's really something that I want to see in the movie theater on the biggest screen possible because it's so much fun. It puts you inside a world you'll never be a part of and shows you how it actually works. We're in the transportation business. We transport you to another place and another time.
Jerry, it is a pleasure to have you on the podcast. One of the great legends of our time. We appreciate you joining us. Congratulations on the film, and I'll have to get my kids to watch. I got kids in camp right now, so they can't see
I think
it,
it's
but
a
when they get back.
reminder. Bells and whistles are great,
Right.
but you have to have a great story. You have to have a great character development. That's sort of remains the
Always,
same.
always.
Thank you, Jerry. When we come back, S&P 500 futures pointing to more gains this morning after the index set a new record on Friday. We'll show you what's moving in the early trading next. And later, former U.S. ambassador to China, Nicholas Burns, will join us with the latest on the tariff fight and the health of China's economy. Squawk Box will be right back. All right, checking out the futures this morning, we are sharply higher with the Dow futures up by about 250 points. S&P futures are up by 27, the NASDAQ up by close to 150, and this comes after both the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ set new records on Friday. Let's get over to Dom Chu. He's got a look at what's on the move in the pre-market this morning. Hey, Dom, how you doing?
I'm great. Happy Monday morning to you guys. Let's start with a check on solar stocks, Becky, moving in opposite directions as the Senate gets set to vote on President Trump's tax and spending bill. A new version of the text released over the weekend includes some concerning changes for solar and wind company projects that have a shorter runway to qualify for certain tax credits. Plus, they are subject to an additional tax unless the companies detangle their supply chains from China. So some of that confusion playing out in various parts of the solar market, at least for the time being. Next up, you got shares of Disney higher by just about 2% on an upgrade to buy from hold over at Jefferies. Analysts there see limited risks of a park slowdown this year, continued direct-to-consumer margin expansion, and a favorable upcoming content slate, including Zootopia 2 and Avatar 3. Jefferies is raising its target price to $144 from $100. That's an implied upside of roughly 17% from Friday afternoon's close. And then Oracle shares are also higher on an upgrade to buy from hold from analysts at Stifel Financial. They say cloud acceleration appears sustainable despite likely gross margin compression from increased capital expenditures. The price target on the stock, by the way, goes at $250, which implies an upside of roughly 16% from the close on Friday as well. So Oracle shares up about 2%. Now for that and other top analyst calls of the day, just head over to cnbc.com/pro. Subscribers get all the access to the details and analysis behind those big upgrades and downgrades, Becky. So keep an eye on Oracle. I'll send things back over to you.
Hey, Dom, it is interesting, though, to walk into gains this big. I mean, I don't know what you ascribe it to. It's guesswork out here for us on a lot of these things. It does look like the bill is closer to passing. Maybe that has something to do with it.
There's also a feeling right now, sentiment-wise, that there are fewer and fewer, I guess, catalysts for a downside. Now, that's not necessarily a good thing. The feeling right now is that there's at least a move higher because you have momentum, and sometimes momentum begets momentum. The issue is whether or not key parts of the market that have been driving the upside here have that continued strength to keep doing so. It has played out in the past that megacap tech, media, and telecom has done a lot of the heavy lifting. But now the AI trade has become such a big focal point. So whether or not that AI trade can continue to power upside sentiment, sometimes the path of least resistance is to wherever the direction is going right now, and that's momentum to the upside. I don't know if that lasts. Certainly all of our 401ks are benefiting from that, Becky.
We'll take it while we have it.
Yeah,
Dom, thank you.
You got it.
We come back right here on Squawk Box. President Trump's mega bill advancing to a vote-a-rama in the Senate later this morning. We're going to talk to New York Republican Congressman Mark Lawler about the weekend breakthrough on the SALT cap. Squawk Box. We'll be right back with him after this.
13.
All right, welcome back, everybody. The Senate might have scored a win with the House Salt Caucus following the release of their tax bill. The Senate says that they would keep the House's $40,000 cap, but they would reduce the window for how long that cap lasts to 5 years. After that, it drops back to $10,000. Joining us right now to break this down is New York Republican Congressman Mike Lawler. He's a member of the Salt Caucus. And Congressman, you've been very outspoken about how you would not support this if they didn't come back with something that looked like the House bill.
Yeah.
So it's here, but it's a 5-year window, and then it drops back to 10 grand.
Well, what we were able to do was keep the House language intact. What the Senate wanted to do was go down to 0, which was totally unacceptable.
Well, I think
and we
10,000
sat
was
down.
originally,
That was what they put in the bill, but they wanted to go down to 0. They wanted to completely eliminate it. We met with the Treasury Secretary, met with the White House, and worked through it to keep the House language intact, but also fix PTET, which was critical for small businesses across the country, many of whom would have gotten hammered had they not been able to deduct their state and local taxes as a pass-through entity. 80% of businesses in this country are small businesses. So we negotiated a deal that kept the House language intact at the $40,000 threshold with a $500,000 income cap and 1% growth. There are other provisions within the tax bill, including no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, that expire in 4 years. It is not unique for a tax provision to expire within the time period of the tax bill. So
Yeah, but the
we are
reason
going
you
to
guys
continue.
have so much leverage right now is because if you just wait till the end of the year and nothing gets done, any limit on salt disappears.
We understood that from the beginning, which
But
is
you
why
have the leverage,
which is why we even got to the negotiating table. But the problem is, you would also have the AMT come back in full effect. If the cap on salt expires entirely, the AMT would come back, right? So what you would have is 7 million people caught up in that. That would be a massive tax hike. If we don't pass a tax bill, it'll be the single largest tax hike in American history. And it's not just salt, and it's not just AMT. You look at the standard deduction that was doubled. That would be cut in half. Most people take the standard deduction, so they would be hammered by that. So there were a lot of provisions that we had to evaluate as part of this. But getting to the $40,000 cap, which is a 4x increase over the current $10,000, was critical.
Is the rest of the caucus going along with this? Only because I've seen a comment from Representative Lalota who says, while I support the president's broader agenda, it would be hypercritical for me to back the same unfair $10,000 salt cap I've spent years criticizing. Is he on board?
I'll leave it to him to explain his position. 5 of us have agreed to the deal.
And that's enough to get it back through the House?
On the salt cap, we agree with it. The Senate obviously is working through their vote-a-rama today. We will see, obviously, on Medicaid, on the IRA tax credits, there are a number of provisions that we're all watching closely and see what comes out of it.
You saw what Elon Musk said over the weekend. He called this bill, quote, utterly insane. He said it will, quote, destroy millions of jobs and, quote, harm our country. Would you like to react to that?
Look, I think where he is focused is on the IRA tax credits. Obviously, when you look at solar and wind, but solar in particular, that's going to be the fastest energy source to come online in the immediate. It's going to take time to get new natural gas power plants or nuclear power plants online. And so what he is focused,
there's a subsidy of coal here, effectively.
There's a number of subsidies within the tax bill on energy sources across the spectrum. What Elon Musk is really focusing on is solar. And I can tell you from dealing with, for instance, the construction and building trades, they're very concerned about the impact on jobs. These are tens of thousands of jobs across the country, and that's why in the House version of the bill, we worked to phase out the tax credits in a reasonable time frame to keep these projects that are already in place moving forward. I think one of the things we have to see that comes out of the Senate is ultimately what is the final analysis on these tax credits. I know within the House there is a strong contingent of folks, I've been one of them, who have said you can't completely eliminate these all at once. You have to phase it out. You have billions of dollars that have already been spent on these green energy projects. And when we're talking about American energy dominance, when we're talking about, for instance, data centers that are coming online, you need more sources of energy.
Would
quickly.
that keep you from voting for the bill, though? Or are you a yes at this point, realizing you may not like everything that's in it?
Look, we are evaluating what the Senate language is. It is very different from what the House version is. I've said on Medicaid, for instance, that we would not take away benefits from eligible recipients. We focused on 3 key areas: eligibility verification, citizenship verification, and work requirements.
Ron Johnson has the new provision that comes through in the Senate bill that does put limits on the extended population for the affordable.
Well, this has been a big fight on FMAP, for instance, where they're talking about trying to change FMAP on the expansion population.
Right.
One of the things that I've said to some of my red state colleagues, when you talk about the traditional population, New York gets 51% federal share on traditional. Some of my colleagues in their red states get 60, 70% federal
That's why
share.
Tom Tillis is
If they want to come down to the 51% share, like New York gets, then maybe we talk FMAP. But none of them are ever going to do that to their own states. So when they start trying to go after, a state like New York, that is a major problem. And I've talked about this extensively. We can look at ways to reform Medicaid, but when you start tinkering with FMAP, you are directly impacting folks that are receiving these benefits.
So you're not sure if you're going to vote
this
yes at
is.
this point.
I've not made a definitive statement on this. We are looking at what the Senate language is as it pertains. They're going through all their amendments today. Let's see what comes out of this. But I can tell you there are a number of members across the conference that are concerned about the changes the Senate has made.
Can I ask you about New York City?
Sure.
This is your state. It's not your city, but your state. What do you think is going to happen here? And to the extent that we talked to Bill Daley earlier, just about these two choices, maybe it's 3 if you had Cuomo in there. I'm curious, as a Republican, what you think of Eric Adams, insofar as there is a view that he is to some degree a hostage of this president, given the settlement that he made.
I don't think he's a hostage of the president. I think.
Well, and then just to explain that terminology, the argument is he made this settlement with the president. If he were to go against the president on anything, that at any moment the president could say, you know what, actually that deal we made before, I can put you in. I'm going to prosecute you. I could prosecute you if I want to, and because that is a cloud that hangs over him in this role, there are New Yorkers who I think, not totally incorrectly, say to themselves that they don't like that.
Yeah. Look, obviously the charges were dropped, and we could sit there and argue about the merits of that case.
I'm not even
the reality
litigating whether,
to me,
whether the case was worthy or not worthy.
At this point, as far as I'm concerned, we're well past that. This is a choice in November between Zohran Mamdani, an avowed socialist who supports the BDS movement, who wants to arrest foreign leaders with whom he disagrees if they come visit New York, who supports cashless bail and defunding the police, who has called for free busing, government-owned grocery stores, who wants to freeze the rent. This is the financial capital of the world here in New York City. And just the other day, he was asked, do you support capitalism? And he said, no. This is insanity to the highest level. So whatever anybody's thoughts are about Eric Adams, the fact is, New Yorkers are going to have a choice. And the choice is going to be to have a functioning city based on reality and economic realities, or you're going to go towards socialism, which would be an absolute disaster. He was asked again yesterday on Meet the Press whether or not he could denounce globalize the Intifada.
Yes.
And he refused, and he was given 3 opportunities to do it, and he still couldn't bring himself to do it. This is total insanity, and it is emblematic of why New York leads the nation in outmigration. It's why businesses continue to flee this state in droves, and folks aren't wanting to come here. And frankly, the ones that are coming here are relying heavily on the social safety net, which, by the way, how are you going to pay for that if businesses and the billionaires, which he says he wants to eliminate, leave?
Well, it's a lot to talk about, and Congressman, we will have you back, both on your thoughts on the bill once you get a chance to go through all of it, and what you think about the future prospects.
Thank you. Okay, coming up in the 8 o'clock hour, we're going to talk about that mega bill and tariff negotiations with Joe Livornia, who's now a counselor to Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. Squawk Box, can you right back into us?
It is just before 8 a.m. on the East Coast, and you're watching Squawk Box right here on CNBC. I'm Becky Quick, along with Andrew Ross Sorkin. Joe is off today. Among our top stories this morning, the Senate advancing President Trump's tax cut and spending bill over the weekend in a 51-49 vote. A vote-a-rama of sorts is scheduled to begin around 9 a.m. this morning, in which lawmakers can propose unlimited amendments. We'll have much more on the president's tax bill coming up in the next half hour when we speak to counselor to the Treasury Secretary, Joe Livornia. Canada has walked back its digital services tax in hopes of a comprehensive trade arrangement with the United States just one day before the first tax payments were due. The move comes after President Trump announced over the weekend that he will be terminating all discussions on trade with Canada in response to Ottawa's decision to impose a digital services tax on American tech firms. And it's a short week on Wall Street. The markets will be closed for Independence Day on Friday. So the jobs report, which is usually released on the first Friday of the month, will be released this week on Thursday at 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time.
Meantime, I want to get down to the New York Stock Exchange, where our good friend Mike Santoli is standing by. You're looking at the Dow up about 246 points right now. NASDAQ up about 145 points. The S&P 500 up about 26 points. And I'd love to know what Mr. Santoli is thinking as we're watching all of this. I'm also seeing the two-year note sitting at about 4.2 right now. The two-year, by the way, down at 3.7.
Yeah, Andrew, so we get some follow-through to the upside. Friday, we closed the S&P 500 at a new high, marginally so, about less than 0.5% above the previous peak, which was February 19th of this year. As a general matter, markets reaching a new record high is more of a positive forward signal for returns than it is something to worry too much about. One exception to that, by the way, was just this February. February was a marginal new high over the December peak, and then pretty quickly it fell apart from there. What was the ingredients of this comeback? Obviously, corporate earnings have remained stronger than anticipated. We had the walk back on the maximum tariff threats. Obviously, you have treasury yields lower, and you have the reignition of the AI trade. One quick point, at the beginning of this year, strategists, Wall Street median forecast for the upside was 6,600 for the S&P. It's now 6,050. It's below where we are right now, so you've had this reset of sentiment that can be favorable too. Here's the dollar, here's crude oil, and that's the 10-year treasury yield, all lower than they were right there. That was when the stock market peaked the last time. So clearly financial conditions are looser. There's a little bit more favorable backdrop, at least as long as it lasts. Take a look here at another indicator of whether investors have a strong or weak risk appetite. It's gold relative to the financial sector. And this is when it all diverged and people got very nervous, started to bid up gold and sell financials. And that was when the initial tariff threat was made that early March said in a month we're going to have the tariff set, and now you see them reconverging just a little bit. Obviously there's more to go, but they seem to be coming together here, guys.
Mike Zantoli, thank you for your smart analysis every Monday morning, meantime, defense startups have seen an influx of venture funding in the past year, and two ongoing conflicts could propel innovation even further. Joining us right now is Michael Furtick, a futurist, serial tech founder and founder of Heroic Ventures, a VC shop investing in AI and machine learning. And sure, there has been a lot of money going into defense. The question is, are we in some kind of defense bubble, or do you think that we are now walking into a trend, which therefore is to some degree scary for society? If you think over the next 10 or 20 or 30 years, we're going to need a lot more money in this space, Michael.
Good morning, Andrew. Nice to be back. For better or worse, I think this is a trend. This is durable. This is either the continuation of Cold War II or, God forbid, the beginning of World War III. This conflict in the Ukraine especially is stimulating both the United States and especially Europe to spend more. So you saw that at a NATO, we saw a bunch of member countries committing finally to their 5% of GDP spend level. We'll see if they actually do it. But to be sure, the machine is back on. The war machine is back on. And that's creating a pull in the market for the entire supply chain of defense, which includes increasingly startups. Another thing has happened, which is that finally in America, a kind of cultural aversion in Silicon Valley among too many of my brethren and sistren, in my opinion, a cultural aversion to supporting American defense is starting to become less important, become less prominent. So culturally, we're ready to start investing in defense. So I'm actually very bullish on the sector. I think if you believe in Western values and Western safety, I think you have to also be bullish on the sector as a matter of patriotism. But from a commercial point of view, I think the pull is back on in the market, and that's very, very important. And by the way, the numbers are bearing it out. Yeah.
But Michael, is that because you think there's going to be more money total spent on defense, or because you think that there's going to be effectively a reallocation towards more efficient, higher tech, drone-oriented, and AI-oriented defense companies that are producing these type of products relative to the more traditional legacy players, or because the pie expands even more?
Yeah, both. It's a sort of a Jedi level question, actually. Both is the answer. So there are two major problems. One is how much is being spent, and I think increasingly Europe will spend more, America will spend a little bit more, but America's been spending a lot. But two, the procurement cycles are very, very brutal for startups. So NATO's procurement cycle is about 17 years. The U.S. Department of Defense's procurement cycle is about 7+ years. I met last week with Senator Tim Sheehy from Montana in D.C. He's spearheading an effort to reduce and rationalize procurement cycles, because those procurement cycles are fatal for startups, right? If you tell your investors, well, we might have a customer in 8 years or 10 years, we just might, they might laugh you out of the room. So those procurement cycles also have to be rationalized, because without a rationalizing of the procurement cycles, the United States will not benefit from the brightest minds in startup world, the brightest minds coming out of the best universities, making the best weapons. So like some of the new weaponry will be cyber, they'll be digital, they'll be AI, some will be sort of lighter than traditional aircraft like drones, but it'll all be spent. Yes,
Look,
Becky.
part of the reason that the cycle works that way is because we don't necessarily want to deal with too many startups with the risk of failure to that? I mean, the United States government has to make sure that these are going to be companies that have legs, that can stick around. And while it might be okay to work with a startup every once in a while, I mean, part of the way it works is startups get bought by bigger companies to make sure that defense technology sticks around, and we're not spending on something that suddenly has nobody who's building it out anymore or who can support it.
Well, durability and sort of the life expectancy of a startup is sort of one of the many considerations. But listen, I've over the last 10, 12 years, 15 years, I've spoken with maybe 100 people in the demand chain of defense in one way or another, and I can't tell you that any one of them has said that that the life expectancy of startups is one of the top 10 reasons that they don't use startups. It's usually just sort of bureaucratic bungle. You have a lot of very well-intentioned, very bright people in the demand chain of defense. I'm repeatedly impressed actually with the quality of people. Sometimes we imagine that bureaucrats are faceless and incompetent. I'm repeatedly impressed with how competent they are, but they also feel sort of beholden to a bureaucratic process that no one is really responsible for, like the multi-headed hydra, or no one really has any the decision-making authority or responsibility for failure. There's a lot of fear of being fired if you make the wrong choice. There's also in the military, as you can understand, no financial incentive to get it right. So in the commercial world, in enterprise, in B2B, in retail and consumer, you have a financial incentive to succeed if you're a buyer, if you're a vendor. In the military world, you don't have that financial incentive, you have a career incentive. And so this is a natural outcome of the way defense departments are run. No one's doing anything wrong, but everyone agrees we have to do better. And so look, if you have a better weapon that a startup can make for $50 million, and that's competitive with a weapon that a traditional company make for $5 billion, that's a trade-off that's certainly worth considering for everyone.
Hey Mike, can I ask you a broader question about just the venture capital and private equity industry right now, which is a fascinating piece. I don't know if you saw it in the information, I think it was over the weekend, maybe late last week, just about how much money is tied up in the fact that so many of these companies have remained private, have not actually had an exit. So few of the big money pension funds in the US and frankly increasingly even in the Middle East and others have not had the exit moment, so there's no cash coming back to them, and it's just making the entire sort of fundraising machine and ability to fund some of these projects that much more challenging. And whether we're getting to a situation where everything is getting locked up and you're seeing people even taking discounts to create these sort of secondary moments to create some kind of exit, but not at the kind of valuations that at least some of these companies are trying to keep on their books?
It's an extremely important question. I think it's the biggest crisis facing VC and private equity now. They're different animals, but they're similar in nature with long hold times, is this lack of DPI, of distributed capital, right? And so, in fact, your timing is remarkable. On Friday, I sold a position in one of our startups that we've invested in. I can't tell you which one, but that will in fact return the entire fund that first invested in that company. That fund is only 5 or 6 years old. I did it because LPs all around my world are complaining that in their entire ecosystem they're not getting any cash back. And I said, hey, is this a chance for us to be heroic and return cash and return a whole fund, and everyone gets their principal back in 5 or 6 years, which in early stage investing is very unusual. But this is a conversation that comes up all the time, the illiquidity. And by the way, I'm hearing this alarming phrase that's coming from some of the big guys, the big Wall Street players who are major 100 billion plus asset manager, 500 billion plus asset managers, the concept of private forever, which is an enticing idea that you as a founder can stay in charge forever, you can stay in the position of authority forever, and maybe once in a while your employees get a buyout. It's very, very alarming because our industry depends on liquidity, long-term liquidity, but liquidity to pay back those distributions. I think it's an enormous crisis. I'm seeing it in the behavior of continuation funds of private equity, in the lack of demand for certain kinds of VC classes, in the extension of the lifetimes and life cycles of these funds from 8 years to 12 years to 15 years. I'm seeing it in the compression of certain fees, and so it's very, very interesting. And I've just been acting accordingly, and it's very, very interesting that you're like the 9th person I've told the world that we just made the sale on Friday.
Well, congratulations. Hopefully at some point if you can talk about it, we'd love to have you back, especially on this broader topic, because
very exciting.
It's something that every venture capitalist and private equity person I talk to privately seems to be gnashing their teeth about, and I'm glad that we were able to talk about it a little bit. more broadly, because I'm not sure that the public fully understands the level of.
It's a big deal for pension funds. It's a big deal for the people who are the retail owners of these assets, the end beneficiaries, because they're still depending on the liquid markets like stocks and bonds, and yet the upside often comes from private markets historically, and now that's still locked up. So I think it has huge consequence and knock-on consequence for not just the industry people like me, but for everyday mom and dad pension owners and pension beneficiaries, like my father, right? And so this is very, very important, and I'm glad you brought it up.
Great. Michael, thank you for joining us. We look forward to talking again very soon. We got a lot more coming up. Big morning. We're going to talk market expectations for the second half of the year. Tommy Lee, the one and only, after the S&P closing at a record high on Friday, he called it right, folks. Squawk Box coming right back.
Dow component Home Depot striking a takeover deal this morning. Home Depot's subsidiary SRS Distribution, which is a distributor of specialty building products, is acquiring a rival distributor, GMS, for $110 a share, or about $4.3 billion. Home Depot expects that deal to be completed by the end of the year. You can see GMS shares are up by about 10.5% this morning. When we come back, former ambassador to China, Nicholas Burns, will join us on the U.S. and China trade deal framework and much more. And later, Fundstrat's Tom Lee with his expectations for the markets in the second half of the year. Squawk Box will be right back.
The U.S. and China moving closer to a full tariff and trade deal, announcing a framework last week. Joining us right now to talk about what could be next, Nicholas Burns, who served as U.S. ambassador to China under the Biden administration, has worked under 6 presidents, both Democrats and Republicans, in his decade-long career. He's now professor at Harvard University's Belfer Center, and welcome to the broadcast. How close do you really think we are at this point? I know we keep saying we're getting closer and closer. We haven't had the real news yet, but it does feel like something's there.
Andrew, I think the agreement announced last week on rare earth metals and rare earth exports by China to the U.S., it's positive. It's a real step in the right direction. However, I don't think that the two sides are close to a comprehensive trade deal. I think we're looking at more of a truce. They've had difficulty, particularly on the rare earth metal. Both leaders are determined not to back down, and it's certainly understandable from a political perspective. But I would say there's probably a month or 2 or 3 left in these negotiations if you're looking at a comprehensive trade deal, perhaps in the autumn, because I do think both leaders want to meet, and they probably won't be able to meet until they can get a trade deal.
So one of the things we heard from President Trump just over the weekend was the prospect of a deal over TikTok. He suggests almost in the next 2 weeks, possibly with a group of wealthy investors. I would have thought that was one chess piece in this larger trade tariff arrangement with China. Do you think that's something that could happen before a larger trade deal is accomplished?
I would think, because the Chinese will have a say in this, in the way that they react to it. So I think this would be certainly in the margins of what this whole entire deal will look like in the future. But, one thing that's clear to me, the Chinese need a trade deal. They're talking tough now, but they've been a major disruptor in global trade, as you know. Their economy is moving along, but not at high single-digit rates. They're going to be looking at, I think, 3 or 4% GDP growth over the next year. They won't say that. They'll say it's 5%. It'll be less. They need the foreign direct investment, which declined precipitously last year. And I think the Chinese need stability in their relationship with the United States. We're their biggest export market. So both sides need the deal, but I think the Chinese probably at this point are going to try to move this along.
Okay, so but what does that mean ultimately to the rate, the tariff rate? And I'll tell you, most CEOs I talk to say there's a big difference between 30% and 20%. Like that's a wide delta. Where do you think we land, and what kind of leverage do we have with the Chinese, and what could they offer to shift the balance of that?
Well, you have 2 issues here. You have the overall tariff rates, but you also have the sectoral tariff rates. So, for instance, the United States right now has 100% tariffs on Chinese EVs, 50% on semiconductors, 25% on lithium batteries. Those were set by President Biden 13 months ago. And it's interesting how President Biden honored all of President Trump's tariffs, and President Trump is honoring President Biden's tariffs. So there's 2 problems in this trade deal. One is the reciprocal rate that the administration, I think, will insist on. But second is these sectoral tariffs. I don't see those going away, given the fact that China is trying to dump its excess manufactured products like lithium batteries or EVs or solar panels on the rest of the world.
I have a larger question. I was talking to an auto CEO last week who said to me, look, BYD is just killing it, and they may never take the U.S., given the kind of tariffs we have on them, but they're going to take Europe. They're going to take the rest of the world at the rate that they're going. If you were President Trump thinking about that, what would you be doing?
Trying to align better with the Europeans and with the Japanese and with the South Koreans. Look, I understand. I have supported a lot of what President Trump has done on tariffs vis-a-vis China, because we need to be tough-minded, and President Trump's been appropriately tough. The problem, I think, for us tactically is that we've also put high tariffs on all of our leading trade partners. And I know from my time in China that the Japanese, the Koreans, the Europeans, the Canadians all have the same problems on trade with China as we do. But we've taken away from the incentive of those countries joining our side of the table, leaning on the Chinese, providing that weight. If you think about Japan, the EU, and the United States alone, that's 60% of global GDP. So I think that we've done this in too unilateral a fashion. We have natural allies out there, but if you're going to have tariff wars with them, little incentive for them to join our side in the China talks.
Ambassador, President Trump. I'm sorry, go ahead, sir.
I'm just going to say, Andrew said, what's the advice to President Trump, or what would I do? I think that's the major advice. We need more leverage on our side of the table, and it's there for the taking if we would make China the centerpiece of this, the focal
But
point
how
of our-
concerned are you, by the way, when I talk to the folks in the auto industry, they say, look, BYD are making better cars than we're making. I mean, that's a very interesting, and then you get into the whole idea, and they're cheaper. And so the question is, how do you actually create an environment where we can compete? And should we be trying to compete?
With great difficulty. And I think that's why you've seen, the Europeans have put tariffs on Chinese EVs. And it's going to be interesting to see what the Japanese and Koreans have to do, because everyone's losing market share. You've seen that, particularly with the Japanese, who've been a major player in China on automobiles for the last couple of decades.
President Trump says that he has a group of wealthy people ready to buy TikTok. He says he can reveal who they are in a couple of weeks, but the Chinese probably have to sign off on this deal to begin with. What are the odds of that? And is something that seems as small as this something that could actually be part of these trade talks?
I think inevitably TikTok's going to have to be either part of the trade deal, or certainly on the margins related to the trade deal. The Chinese government's going to have a say on this. They've played hardball over the last year and a half as various proposals have been made. But ultimately, the Chinese do want to deal with the United States. So I think that President Trump would be well advised, and I'm sure he's thinking about this, and his team, make this part and parcel of the overall talks that are underway.
If this is part of what we get, though, what are we giving up as a result? Is TikTok really that important for us to keep?
Well, I think one of the interesting questions here is, what are we giving up? The Chinese actually announced last week specifically what they're going to do on this rare earths deal. They alluded to the fact that the United States will now reduce or drop some of our technology restrictions. And I think the devil's going to be in the detail. The U.S. has not announced what it's going to do on that point, and certainly not on TikTok yet either.
Ambassador, we could talk about this for a very long time, and I imagine we will talk about it again because the story is not going anywhere. Well, thank you for your perspective, as always, this morning.
Thanks very much.
When we come back, an unexpected rise in mortgage delinquencies and the financial stress among borrowers. We've got the details next. Also later, counselor to the Treasury Secretary, Joe Livornia, with the latest on the president's tax bill and much more. Squawk Box, we'll be right back. All right, a new red flag in the housing market, mortgage delinquencies. It's a sign of bigger trouble ahead. That's the question this morning. Diana Olick joins us right now with more. Diana, good morning.
Good morning, Becky. Yeah, mortgage delinquencies are still historically low because home values have gone up so much in the last 5 years. But early this year, they began to rise just on FHA loans, which are generally used by lower income borrowers. But now we're seeing something new. In May, a significant jump in the early stage category of all delinquencies. That's 30 to 59 days past due, and according to a new report from VantageScore. They rose from 0.92% in April to 1.03% in May. Not huge, again, but an early indication of financial stress among borrowers. What's more concerning, though, is that these delinquencies were led by borrowers in the near prime, prime, and super prime segments. That is, the least risky borrowers with the highest credit scores. So that suggests that this short-term financial stress is possibly beginning to affect even them. And a separate report from ICE Mortgage Technology looking at overall delinquencies showed them rising 5.2% in May from May of last year, with the most serious delinquencies, those more than 90 days past due, up 14%. Again, delinquencies and foreclosures are still at very low levels, but as more consumers face financial challenges and as it gets harder to sell a home, which it is now, these numbers could get worse. Becky?
I guess I would wonder the last time we saw numbers kind of perk up a little bit like this.
Well, obviously we had at the start of the pandemic, we had a lot of numbers perk up like this, but then you had the mortgage acts from the government, which backed up people, gave them moratoriums for a year or two, and allowed them to get back up to speed on their mortgage payments. Before that, of course, was a Great Recession and the subprime mortgage crisis. This is nothing even close to that, but it is showing distress in the market, and more importantly, it points to distress among consumers. They do have options. They could sell their home because they have so much equity in it, but it's getting harder to sell a home now, as I said. They could also, though, rent the home because we're seeing very, very strong single-family rental demand, and they might possibly be able to rent it for more than their current mortgage payment. But again, seeing these numbers tick up is just not a good sign for the consumer right now.
Okay. Diana Olick. Thank you, Diana.
Coming up next, Fundstrat's Tom Lee is going to talk markets. Yes, we'll talk crypto and where he sees opportunity to make money in the second half of the year. Head to a break. Look at Disney rising following an analyst upgrade at Jefferies to a buy rating. We'll come right back.
welcome back to Squawk Box, everybody. Joining us right now is Fundstrat's Tom Lee. He's also a CNBC contributor. And this morning, he's got some news. Bitcoin miner Bitmine Immersion Technologies announcing that Tom will become its chairman. Tom, welcome, first of all. And this is some big news. It's kind of complicated, but probably suffice to say that you all are doing basically what MicroStrategy did with Ether. You're going to make Ether the purchases that you buy through this. You're going to set this whole thing up like this. You want to explain a little bit?
Yeah, glad to. You know, I'm still a big fan of Bitcoin because I think it is, you know, digital gold. But what we've seen in the last, really in 2025, is the financial services industry and crypto are converging. And it really started with stablecoins, which is the ChatGPT of crypto, right? Because it's viral adoption by consumers, businesses, banks, and now even Visa. Underneath the stablecoin industry is Ethereum. That is really like the backbone and architecture of stablecoins. So it's important to create a project that essentially accumulates Ethereum to essentially protect and have some influence on the network. So that's why we're creating this treasury vehicle to buy Ethereum. The more Ethereum that's accumulated, the more secure the network is. And I think it's also sort of the architecture that future banks will have. You know, when Goldman issues a stablecoin and JP Morgan doing it on Ethereum, as a layer one blockchain, they're going to want to secure it by staking Ethereum. So we're trying to get in front of that by creating a treasury.
And just so I understand, it's safer if you own more of it. Explain why that would be.
Well, Ethereum is a proof of stake network.
Right.
So unlike Bitcoin, which is proof of work and miners do all the work for you, and that's why you have decentralized trust, in Ethereum it's important for these entities to be essentially validate transactions. So by becoming a staking entity, you're sort of securing the fidelity of stablecoins. So you don't want a stablecoin like USDC or USDT to be on a blockchain that's outside the purview of the U.S. And so I think Ethereum is a high quality, the second largest blockchain network, and it's over 51% of stablecoins, and
Right.
30% of all fees on Ethereum are actually stablecoin growth.
So we even have the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, talking about how stablecoins could be very positive. He likes them, likes to see what's there. But you're basically saying with this, and we've also seen what happened with Circle, the stablecoin issue,
Yes.
huge run up after their IPO. So you're basically saying that this is the new Bitcoin, you're getting it at a very early stage?
Correct. That's right. Because let's say stablecoins, which is $250 billion today, gets to Treasury Secretary Bessent's reasonable $2 trillion. That's a 10 times increase in size. By the way, already stablecoins are the 12th largest holder of treasuries. They'll become the number one holder by then. US dollar dominance is 27% in GDP terms. It's 57% of central bank reserves. It's 80% of financial trading transactions. It's 100% of stablecoin denomination. So by getting to $2 trillion, you're ensuring dollar dominance. This is very good for the US, but $2 trillion of stablecoins is a lot of network fees for Ethereum.
So Bitmine Immersion, what you're doing is a $250 million private placement, which is all going to be put into
Yes,
Ether?
that's right. We created a carefully curated list of investors to bet on this. If you look at the press release, it is the blue chip, both in the financial world and in the crypto world. We have
Founders Fund, Kraken, Galaxy Digital.
Yep, Pantera. Yeah, so these are in the crypto world, and these are like sort of the blue chip crypto entities, and of course, Founders Fund is legendary in the traditional financial world.
And how do you measure this? It's just based on exactly how Ethereum is trading?
Well, yeah, the strategy of the company is going to be based on how much Ethereum is held per share.
Okay.
And as of today, it's $4. And the company, as we explained in the press release, can increase its holdings in ETH by getting yield from Ethereum, doing financing transactions at a premium to their holdings, and of course if Ethereum goes up. So I think there's three ways that value per ETH actually grows, or ETH per share.
Anyway, congratulations.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming in today to talk to us about it. Why don't we talk a little bit about where the markets stand overall right now? Because we're looking at both the S&P 500, the NASDAQ, and the NASDAQ 100 all closing at new highs again on Friday. It's the best quarter for technology since the second quarter of 2020. what's happening, and how do you see this playing out?
Well, this is still the most hated V-shaped rally, and it, of course, has a lot to do with when stocks fell in a waterfall decline into April. Nobody likes to be sitting on stocks, so a lot of folks liquidated at the lows. But we know that whenever the VIX is above 60 and falls below 30, you've made a decisive low. And now visibility is better. Tariffs aren't as bad as we expected, and the inflation impact actually has been very muted, and actually outside of tariffs, underlying inflation is actually much lower than people expected. And I think the Fed is, even if they're holding now, the bond market doesn't believe it. If you look at the 2-year, they think the Fed's 2 cuts behind. The 10-year is now down to 4.2, which means the Fed can be more dovish in the next 12 months, and that's a tailwind for stocks.
Can you explain how we have this big, beautiful bill, which people are saying $3.3 trillion added to our deficits and everything else, and yet you're looking at the 10-year coming down?
Yes. It shows you that markets don't view the U.S.'s debt sustainability purely as its budget. Because I think there's a lot of hidden value on the U.S. balance sheet, from natural resources to buildings they own to the value of gold is undervalued. And in a way, when people say the U.S. can't find buyers of its treasuries, it's actually finding it. It's going to be stablecoins. Stablecoins are going to replace any foreign holder of treasuries, because
is that a temporary situation? Like once you do that to a certain level, then sort of living in its own universe.
True. It depends. I mean, stablecoins are 250 billion today. The total circulating supply of dollars is in the nearly 10 trillion. So stablecoins can grow. A lot of stablecoins transactions happen outside the U.S. So dollar dominance could actually be much higher in a stablecoin world. But the main thing is it's at 4.2% the 10-year. And I think that means the bond market isn't as concerned. I mean,
right, but we thought that the bond vigilantes were going to say, no mas, we're not doing this.
Yes. I think the bond vigilantes are essentially correct. The U.S. should not be running a deficit like this. But for whatever reason, we're not at the levels yet where debt sustainability is a question.
Could that change? I mean, it's weird when these sentiment changes come. They usually come without one.
That's right. Bond markets run on confidence, so there may be a moment where the bond market loses confidence. As long as the dollar is...
Jamie Dimon's worried about that.
Yeah, and you should pay heed to Jamie Dimon, because he has his finger on the whole economy.
Where you still look at your year-end target is at 6,600 still? So that's up about 8% from where we closed on Friday?
Yeah, I think that the reason people don't think there's more upside, I think there's upside to 6,600, because the PE of the market can go up a lot. We already had 5 shocks. We had COVID shock, the supply chain shock, the inflation shock, the Fed fastest hikes in history, and then we had a tariff shock. So 5 shocks in 5 years.
5 years, yeah.
And earnings kept growing. If this was like a stock, we'd say, look, if you tried to kill it 5 times and it still grew earnings, we would put a much higher multiple on it.
Jim Chanos was talking on Bloomberg the other day and said that what we're seeing right now in AI reminds him of a lot of ways in the dot-com bubble. Now, the numbers and the earnings are very different, but he was talking about the Cisco's and the Lucents and some of those companies that were selling the things to shore up the internet. And I think he's looking at all of the CapEx spending that's taking place and saying it's great for right now, but it could change drastically and relatively quickly too.
Yeah, I was a tech analyst during that time. I think it's very different. We have to remember the internet boom was companies like Yahoo creating web pages that were raising venture capital funds to create web pages. So the purchase of the equipment was based on creating web pages. Yeah. AI has use cases like replacing workers. So you have true dollars for a company to measure how much they're saving. And so until we get to the point where AI doesn't save you any money,
right,
then it's a bubble, but
because
maybe it's undervalued.
There are use cases right now, and it's not just about selling to the consumer and getting people to pay you to basically give stuff to the consumer for free.
That's right, and it's almost like magic is happening, right? ChatGPT, people have remarkable experiences. Some of these people are using it as a therapist. Nobody in the early internet days was saying the web pages worked great everywhere. It was actually people were just building web pages to nowhere.
If it's true, though, that it can actually replace worker or worker hours or worker jobs, is there a point that you worry about what happens to the economy if people lose their jobs en masse? There was one of the AI CEOs who said he could see unemployment going from 4.2% to 20%.
Yeah, there's going to be huge distributional consequences. This is like, instead of China of the 80s, this is like another species replacing human workers, right? Robots. So I think that that's a societal question where what do we earn wages for? Because if it's for output, this PhD worker that may be also like a 300-pound robot that could do anything is going to be a better worker than us. And so I do think it's important for us to really create a new benchmark for what is achievement and what we should be focused on. And it could have a positive outcome. We could be focused on, betterment of society.
Yeah, I guess that comes down to it. There are some people who are advocating for a 4-day work week, which is interesting.
Yeah.
But traditionally, if companies are finding ways to spend on this, they want to save the money, not just redistribute it to the workers.
That's right. There may be few. So we may have retirement age at age 39 now. But then if robots are producing food, we won't have food shortages, right?
Right. Tom, thank you.
Thank you.
The great optimist. Always. Better to be optimistic than pessimistic, just as it don't matter. Life matter. Coming up next, Senate Republicans racing to get the president's tax bill over the finish line. Counselor to Secretary Best and Joe Livornia is going to join us next to discuss that and much more. We're coming right back. Welcome back, Squawk. President Trump expecting to see his long-awaited reconciliation bill on his desk by this Friday. Joining us right now is Joe Livornia. He's counselor to Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Andrew.
We are getting closer. We have what do they call it? A vote-a-rama taking place today. What do you think has to happen we've had a couple of different people even on the show this morning who said there's still some other reconciliation issues that really have to take place before we get to the promised land, if you will.
The bill is moving through really at record pace. If you think about what happened back in 2017, it was December, so this is happening in half the time. To Senator Thune and Speaker Johnson's credit, they've moved this thing along. They're following President Trump's leadership. My boss, Secretary Bessent, is working tirelessly, meeting with everyone. She's a point person, obviously, with the Big Six. It's moving along great, Andrew. So,
what did you make of the comments over the weekend? We've talked about them too on the broadcast today by Elon Musk, who called this bill utterly insane and really went after it more because of solar and wind and some of those things. And obviously, President Trump's made some comments about that as well.
if we don't pass the bill, we're going to have the largest tax hike in U.S. history, and the economy is going to roll over. Because what we have in the bill are very pro-growth initiatives. We're doubling the small business expensing. We're increasing opportunity zones. We're making the President Trump tax cuts permanent. Also, another big thing is factories now get 100% expensing. That's going to be hugely additive to the economy and building. So do you not want to have that? Do you want to have a big tax hike, a record tax hike to kill the economy next year? That doesn't make any sense.
But what do you say to Elon, for example, on the solar stuff specifically?
I think a lot of that is clearly has been wasteful. It's not very economically efficient. It wouldn't exist without government subsidy. So I could. All I could say.
Just his solar interest that happened?
Well, I'm not sure. I can't speak for him, but I could tell you that I think that it's an excellent bill. Look at the markets. And I was telling people before I was lucky to join that the economy was very healthy. That really what mattered with uncertainty was getting this one big, beautiful bill through. As the Secretary has highlighted, it's phenomenal. We've had the largest recovery after a 15% correction in the S&P on record. So that's telling you the market is excited about what the
By the way,
business.
they seem to be, even what we thought of as the bond vigilantes coming out in force, they're not today. It's actually the opposite.
And the other thing, what I would tell Mr. Musk is if you look at this one big, beautiful bill, the tax relief to families is huge. It's $600 billion in tax cuts. The CEA is estimating the average family could receive upwards of 10,000 plus, almost 11,000 in tax benefits per annum.
So CBO says this is a $3.3 trillion problem, effectively, right? You say it's what?
So CEA, my colleagues have estimated it's going to cut the deficit by $2 trillion. Here's what I can tell you, Andrew. And this is
but that's a massive delta between
these two. This is right. This is my big issue with the CBO. Is they're assuming only 1.8% GDP growth over the next 10 years. That to me is historically low and pessimistic. It doesn't account for the fact that productivity growth is accelerating. It doesn't account for the fact that under President Trump's first term, the economy grew nearly 3%. It doesn't account for the fact that you know technology well. What about this AI boom? You're telling me we're going to grow under 2%, that productivity is going to be in the low ones? And therefore, if CBOs, forget current policy, baseline, forget all these laws, just look at their numbers. They're unbelievably pessimistic. I don't understand why. And if their growth numbers are low.
What was your growth number, just so we know?
So CEA is modeled 2.8%, but it's not fully dynamic.
That's a full percentage point higher.
That's what we averaged under the first Trump administration.
I think part of the question is whether you count the extension and the permanence of those 2017 tax cuts. I mean, that's part of what they were fighting about.
This is right, but the thing is,
$4.5 trillion. But if you don't count the extension of the existing tax
Becky,
cuts, then it's 700.
Right, but here's the problem with that. That assumes the 1.8% growth.
Right.
So you're going to get a couple of trillion minimum more in revenue just on the growth. And let's not forget the tariffs. We could have upwards of $300 billion in tariff revenues this year. That's like the icing on the cake.
Tariff, do you still stand by the growth questions?
Oh, yes.
There are questions about inflation with the tariffs. I think probably the bigger questions are about questions of growth.
Yeah, no, because right now, as you noticed in the first Trump administration, most of the tariffs were absorbed by foreign producers. That's exactly what's happened. Because not only have the tariffs not shown up, the numbers have actually been better than expected. What this bill will do is, as it was under the first Trump administration, we saw rising living standards through what we call a blue-collar boom. I mean, real wages have risen at the fastest pace in the first 5 months of President Trump's administration relative to every other first-term administration going back to the 60s. So this bill is going to give us faster growth, and we're going to grow out of it, as Secretary Bessent said. You can't cut yourself to prosperity. You've got to cuts, and by the way, the one big beautiful bill is going to have a record amount of discretionary spending cuts. It's all about growth, and this is my issue with the CBO, is if you don't have the right growth assumption, you can't get the right revenue number.
But okay, let me just layer in one other component part to this, which is the tariff debate and where you think the trade deals ultimately land, because that's going to have an impact, I imagine, on what you think your 2.8% growth rate looks like. A lot of CEOs, we were talking about this just in the last hour with former Ambassador Burns, I don't know where you think the situation with China nets out. I think most CEOs are saying to themselves, is this a 30% tariff situation? Is it a 20% tariff situation? And the delta is so big that would have an impact on just about everything we're talking about.
Yeah, I want to push back against that. When I was in my prior role in the private sector, I had modeled a 10% tariff on everybody but China, and the two reciprocals are 10% and 60% on China. That's what 60%. Well, that's what President Trump ran on.
Right.
And I found that a very static, incorrect analysis had a very marginal increase in the price level, not accounting for either foreign exchange adjustments or the fact that producers would absorb it in their margin. So I'm going to push back that that's really not going to be a factor.
So you think whatever happens with trade is...
President Trump is going to negotiate hard. He'll work whatever's in the best interests of the American business and consumers. And I'm optimistic we'll get something ultimately done.
How quickly do you think that happens? Because now there's a sense that maybe we finally are closer. We still haven't gotten any major deals yet. The president spoke just over the weekend about the prospect of something around TikTok. That's always been considered a bit of a chess piece in the larger dynamic with China.
Well, Secretary Bassett mentioned with Morgan last week that we're very close on a group of countries, 10 to 12, as Secretary Lutnick mentioned, about getting a deal on or around July 9th, and then basically a backlog of 20 who, as long as they negotiate in good faith, they'll get that reciprocal rate. So we're making progress. The president, I think, has done a great job negotiating, and he's got a great team. And I just don't see, Andrew, again, the equity markets are telling us, with the passage of this bill that's going to come very soon, the markets are telling us a message of growth and optimism.
We also had Tom Lee sitting in your seat just a moment ago, and we were talking about treasuries and the fact that actually the bond vigilantes are not saying, oh my goodness, and maybe they're more in your camp in this regard. But he made a very interesting argument that he thinks that one of the folks who are going to be buying treasuries are the folks behind stable coins, and that's something we haven't really thought about in the marketplace of folks who buy treasuries.
Let me just say, just to backtrack for a second, the Treasury International Capital Reporting Data has shown record demand for U.S. assets. And the BIS wrote a really interesting piece recently that said, hey, the selling had come out of Asia, just hedging. It was not due to any waning of U.S. demand, which remains incredibly deep and robust. So the stable coins is a separate issue, which could, as the Secretary has mentioned, increase demand without question as that market grows. So we'll see. But I mean, again, coming back to where we were in April with the tariffs, everybody had this, not just Trump derangement syndrome, but tariff derangement syndrome. And I think even now, even with your discussion of the CEOs, I think people are probably not fully taking a holistic approach in terms of what the bill will bring for growth and how the president's been negotiating.
Well, that's the other question, sort of, does this, once something is in place and there's some semblance of certainty, are we off to the races in some way that we don't fully appreciate? But then the flip side being, had there hadn't been that uncertainty that's been hung over this whole situation, would we be in a different place today too?
No, because again, the uncertainty was just a couple of weeks. April 2nd to April 9th, and then the market bottomed to April 11th? I mean, this wasn't a long time. It's sort of like, again, I felt like, we went through this routine, the world is ending again.
Right.
It only ends once. So I think there was too much
And
panic.
that was on the equity markets. But I think if you talk to most CEOs, there is a little bit of, we're watching and waiting and seeing what's playing out. With the exception of the guys who continue to invest heavily in data centers and AI and the like. But I think anybody else who's sort of in an industry where you just don't know which way things are going as it relates to tariffs, you sort of say, I'm going to watch, I'm going to wait, I'm going to see what happens, and then I'll have to make a decision.
Yeah, but that's a little bit of a CYB, cover your butt, right? You have
I'm
to
not
sort
saying
of,
that.
Yeah, I'm saying, but you have to model to the, people are always modeling to the worst case scenario, and I think we saw a lot of that in April, and now you're saying expectations shift, given the fact that this bill, I mean, my boss has done a yeoman's job of helping push this through, and a credit to President Trump for giving him a key part in that, and then the bill gets done, and yes, we are off to the races. I don't know what, I mean, again, I think this on the small business expensing, the permanency of the tax cuts, Andrew, strong growth. I mean, this is all good stuff. I mean, wherever your politics.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Nice to see you.
All right. right, up next, check on the markets ahead of the opening bell. Right now, though, as we do a break, check out shares of Oracle. They're up about 6.9% after bullish comments from the CEO, Safra Catz, about the outlook in an SEC filing. Squawk Box will be right back.
Than sweats.
All right, the futures are higher this morning. We see the Dow futures up by close to 230 points, been there for most of the morning. S&P futures up by about 22, and the NASDAQ indicated up by 121. This comes after all of them set new records. You got Kathy Wood on tomorrow, so make sure you join us. We'll see you then. Right now, it's time for Squawk on the Street.
Hi, good morning. It's Monday. Sorry about that, but welcome to Squawk on the Street. I'm David Faber alongside Jim Cramer. We're live from Post 9 at the New York Stock Exchange. Carl's still enjoying some time off. Let's give you a look at futures. It's a holiday shortened trading week, remember. We got Friday off, right? Friday. Yeah, Friday. It's the big July 4th holiday. Yeah. All right, our roadmap begins. Guess. I'll just give you one guess. Yeah, you were right. The S&P and the NASDAQ both coming off record closes. The stocks, of course, looking for more gains at the open. It is the final trading day of the second quarter. Already done with half of 2025. Canada is walking back the tax, which led to the suspension of trade talks with the U.S., opting to cancel its tax on U.S. technology companies, this in anticipation, at least, of getting a trade deal done. And President Trump teasing that he has a group of, quote, very wealthy people ready to buy TikTok, adding the deal would still need approval from the Chinese to move forward. As you might imagine, it's a complex transaction. We're going to have more on that in a bit. Let's, though, Jim, start with that record run. Of course, we sat here on Friday discussing same. What are your thoughts after the weekend?
Well, I think that one of the things that we have to get away from is talking about the Fed. Fed doesn't seem to even play here. Now, we can say, of course, could have this, could have that. We have a jailbreak going on. It's one of the most amazing things I've seen. This is not led by tech, although some of the semis might. It's led by financials, industrials, some of the data centers. Hear that from Safran. But it's a very diversified, with the exception of the Proctors and PepsiCo's, very diversified rally, of which I could argue that JPM is more important than Apple. I could argue that what matters more is tariffs, although it's a little opaque. But the obsession on what the Fed's going to do has cost you a lot of money because it's kept you out of the market. You want to stay in the market. You got to be in the market big. Retail's been in the market big.
Retail, as we made the point many times, did not or does not appear to have been the big seller in that sell-off that took place after so-called Liberation Day of April 2nd.
Right.
Whereas, of course, many of the institutional investors may have taken risk off, so to speak, only to come back, obviously. Right, listen, many of them have, but many of the hedge funds have a business model that is predicated on the idea that I'm not going to lose you a lot of money, you know.
Yeah, but that's
and so
individuals aren't about that.
I know, but
they're about buying Tesla and making.
But the hedge funds are all about just keeping what they've got and being able to gather more. And so big down year is not going to work when you're promising, okay, I may not even beat the S&P, but I'm not going to lose as much in a bad year. And so they're out oftentimes more quickly. But now they're back in.
Right, well now they're back in. I mean, individuals focused on whether I have to sell Apple. That NVIDIA broke out, was I in there or did I sell it at 100? The individuals focused on what's hot, but also staying in. Not wanting to be part of the 8 days we know from Ken Langone told me where most of the action is. The institutions are focused on what the Fed's going to do. Frankly, the individuals don't even know who the Fed is. But we have to give the individual credit. There's individuals buying Alphabet at 176.
Well, Jim, I'm sure we're going to have more conversations about this. Second half playbook. I'm sure if we haven't called it that, we're going to sometime or about 100 times on the network from now till when the second half starts. What would be your playbook if you had one?
What companies are doing well? It's a throwback to the 90s, David.
See, that's the kind of insight I'm really looking for here, Jim. Thank you for that.
Don't you dare go there.
Are you trying to match me with a keen sense for the obvious?
No. What I'm saying is that the idea that we're supposed to think about getting out of stocks, the Fed's going to ease or not ease enough, instead of looking at companies that are doing well and buying them. So Safra Catz this morning, the CEO of Oracle, comes out and says things are even better than you think. All right. So here's a stock that's up 14.
Yeah, it's up almost 6.5%. We'll see how we obviously trade 25 minutes from now when we open.
That's not trading with the Fed. That's trading with Oracle having a new business model that took it from 110 to 223. That's of great interest to many of our viewers because they made a lot of money. Versus, say, Circle, which we're going to have to talk about later. Is Circle worth 80? Is Circle worth 300? We have to help individuals figure out not what to do, but why to do it. If you think that Circle is going to be the stable coin, then I think you want to take a hard look at it. Maybe there are others. Maybe it's going to be SoFi.
Right.
Maybe it's
and what the opportunity set may be for a company like that as things develop in terms of its ecosystem.
Home Depot's been on a buying spree. They bought SRS. They bought GMS. Should we be thinking about what Home Depot is going to do? Because we're now in a new market where people are just the eminent, your work. Now you can come back and say, Jim, keen eye for the obvious. What I'm saying to you is, wait a second. Well, I want to know.
By the way, sometimes a keen eye for the obvious works. You mentioned, first of all, let's. I mean, since you mentioned it,
I want to talk about 9 Fed people are saying that there could be a quarter point.
You're really focused on this.
Well, because I want to misdirect people and get them out of Oracle and into the S&P, trading like a gourami. A certain kind of fish.
Thank you. All right,
look, I'm trying to help people,
as you always are. The Home Depot deal that you briefly mentioned, obviously, is news this morning. They acquired GMS. It's not a large deal, but it's interesting because this company was seemingly put in play by QXO, by Brad Jacobs, who's so aggressive. Hard to go up against Home Depot. $110 a share for this company is what they're spending.
My total owns Home Depot. I wish they hadn't done it.
Equity value is about $4.3 billion. So again, not a large deal, but a deal. And we are, to your point, seeing more M&A. A few weeks ago, remember when you had mentioned Goldman Sachs being a beneficiary, I would come back to you and say Evercore, Moelis, Lazard,
Jeffries.
Maybe Jeffries, PJT. And I've noticed there's some upgrades of all those stocks, which have done quite well.
And I came back and said that's very good. For my travel trust, I think I moved these a great deal, so I didn't want to think about buying Moelis, but Moelis is right. The ones you mentioned are right. And what I'm trying to struggle with is we have to start realizing that it's a brand new world post FTC, Lena Khan. I have Amazon on tonight.
Yeah.
I mean, she was trying to take these Prometheuses and bound them.
Yes.
And a Prometheus that's unbound is great for a consumer, although I am reading a story in Reuters, U.S. prices for China-made goods on Amazon rise faster than inflation. I don't know. I'm stuck on trying to figure out whether Amazon's an inflation fighter.
No shortage of things to talk to Jassy about. I hope he enjoyed the wedding as well. I assume he was there over the weekend.
I intend to focus on that kind of frivolous thing because that makes it so he'll never speak to me again, which is really my goal.
What do you make of Oracle here, since we mentioned it, but I want to come back? Or the quote really that is getting the stock up again, and by the way, this is a stock, Oracle, that ran dramatically after earnings, adding enormous amounts of market cap. Oracle's off to a strong start. Our multi-cloud database revenue continues to grow at over 100%. We signed multiple large cloud services agreements, including one expected to contribute more than $30 billion in annual revenue starting in fiscal 28. That's the simple quote from Safra Katz. The reason they put an 8K out to alert the market is because she was planning on sharing it with her colleagues later today at a meeting at Oracle.
Well, what it says is, again, the data centers alive and well, and you're going to see all the data center stocks keep going up. Okay, this is a secular trend that is so important that, again, if we decide that you can't buy it because of tariffs, July 9th, then you miss a very huge gain. I would say that's new information. I don't know who it is. David, for all I know, it's a private equity company.
The multi-cloud large? No, I would not assume that.
Well, I mean, like, what are we supposed to assume? It's
$30 billion in annual revenue. Yeah, it's got to be one of the big guys.
Yeah, well, it could be Meta. I don't know. Meta's stealing talent, right?
Meta is taking talent from OpenAI.
What do you think?
As we pointed out, listen, I think that when Mark Zuckerberg makes a decision about something, he's all in, and at some point, when he was having some meeting with himself, I don't know. I mean, I'm guessing. By the way, you're the one who, at least I know, used to speak to him. I can remember well.
I have a good relationship with the firm, put it that way. And my feeling is that they are, it's the large position in my trust. Yes, because to me, it's lower valuation with a guy who I think understands. And although
let's not forget, right. You've been right. You also had some moments that were pretty emotional when it came to Meta when they missed the quarter. Let's not forget that.
Well, you happened to be in a room where there was some emotion. But look, I think that what matters here is that he is all in maybe in Grok. He needs to have all these the Groks. All of them have to have the Meta AI. They're all in a race.
And they are in a race, and they're also in a race with China.
Yes.
There is at least this race condition that's the perspective.
Well, I mean, don't you think that China
with DeepSeek?
Don't you think that China's in play? That you have to make a deal with China? Let's say TikTok, which I know is in an. Oh, come on, don't play the music. Yeah, it's goddamn.
Well, we're going to come to that next. I know they want to take a quick break. Let them do the break.
I mean, like, how do we help people with that?
Let them take.
I'm trying to figure out the U.S. prices for China-made goods on Amazon.
You figure that out. We're going to talk.
Jassy, who I have on tonight, is going to figure it out.
You set us up for TikTok. We're going to talk about the future for that.
How much money do we make for people? I don't
President
know.
Trump says he has found, or at least there's a group of wealthy buyers for the app as well. Take a look at futures, of course. Oracle, we've showed you that. You can see we're set up for new highs when Squawk on the Street continues.
got this.
President Trump says he has found a group which he describes as, quote, very wealthy people ready to acquire TikTok. He tells Fox News that he can reveal their identities in about 2 weeks. The president adding that the deal would likely need China's approval to move forward, but says he thinks President Xi will probably do it. That's also a quote. Yes, having reported on this thing now for I don't even know how many years. I mean, it started in the summer of 2020 to the fall. It would require Chinese approval, Jim. It will require it. I've got a lot of reporting on this, but not enough to feel like I can actually present what in a cohesive way what may really happen here in terms of TikTok and the structure that it would undertake if, and this is the big if the Chinese agree. One would expect that agreement will only come as part of an overall deal with China.
My thinking is it's contingent on the tariff negotiations with China, which therefore means that these rich people have been assembled. Do they understand that they are now they're part of the gambit?
I believe they do, and I think they do. And, you know, what I'm hearing in structure, again, it might be somewhat different than this idea of an enormous deal, because ByteDance may still have an opportunity to own some portion of TikTok US and get royalties. And again, I don't want to get too deep into various things, but what I would come back to actually on this, because it comes up often, is ByteDance itself. This is the Chinese company that owns TikTok, but also has an enormous business in China and around the rest of the world. This is an interesting company. It raised money around $300 billion. Fidelity, I think, which owns a bit of it, has it marked at about $400 billion. But you're talking about a company that could have profits in the very near future of as much as $50 billion a year. It has $100 billion in cash already on its balance sheet. And so you can back into a multiple that says, wait a second, how could you get to $400 billion? It should be worth a lot more.
Easily.
And it may be if. So if you get a Chinese trade deal, and that includes them willing to part or allow ByteDance to sell TikTok US in some fashion, and therefore give them the algorithm, that you would then get ByteDance going public. Maybe in Hong Kong, or a dual listing of some kind. That'll be a big deal. So I do point out ByteDance, one of the larger private companies out there, because that always is part of what I think about when you think about this overall deal. Is just how cheap conceivably ByteDance would seem to be, based at least on its current private market valuation.
I wish people understood that when you are advertising, you used to advertise in linear. And I think it's important to recognize that the companies that are linear are leaving linear, except for the NFL. Where are they going? They're going to TikTok.
They are.
And I'm talking about like a big restaurant chain. They go to TikTok. The second biggest restaurant chain, TikTok. If you're doing a consumer goods company and you're trying to reach younger people, you're TikTok.
The influencer economy
It's so
is enormous at this point. This is the way people are earning their livings.
Right.
Not to mention the influence in our political discourse. We just had a mayoral primary here in New York, in
and
which
how much was that?
Victor, in that Democratic primary, was incredibly strong on TikTok and very good at constructing videos very quickly and communicating with the cohort that ultimately came out and voted for him.
I find that when you're with people in their 20s and 30s and you ask them about something, they say, let me check TikTok. Now, this is, when you think about it, happens so quickly, but TikTok is a source of everything. Look, there's Reddit's a big source. That's why Reddit goes up 5, 6, 7 points on each day.
Yep.
The news sources are so different from what we think they are. My days when it's going up 3, 6, and 10. But I don't think people understand that those prices you just mentioned, that's a Will Danoff, Fidelity's Will Danoff. I think Will Danoff is the greatest investor in tech of our day. And I bet you, I can't necessarily say that it's his, but holy cow!
Yeah.
I think his valuation.
Well, Fidelity has invested obviously in private companies, and they've got to mark them. So that's just a mark that I heard. Again, 400 billion, maybe 300 billion was where they bought back some stock. I think some time back. That's the value for ByteDance. But let's wait. First of all, we got to wait and see if the Chinese ever agree to a trade deal with the U.S., let alone. And by the way, Bessent has said some things about the need potentially for another call between President Trump and President Xi. So first that's got to happen. Then you've got to see what the structure of the TikTok deal actually is. So a lot yet to come.
But the investors, the notion of investors, talking companies, talking wealthy individuals, nothing.
Yes, both. I think both. And the numbers may not be as large in terms of what they need to put up, but I think it's. I mean, I've heard so many different names, including Oracle, of course, which hosts the servers. Remember, Project Texas. And you can go through any. Now, I don't know. There's a company, AppLovin, that made a bid. It's unclear to me whether that would be in any way
so
part of it. I'm not
small.
sure it would. Even Amazon at one point was reported by the Journal to lob something in some time back.
Well, let me ask Andy.
But we're talking more, would Silver Lake be a part of it? Or, I mean, I can go through any number of different names.
Isn't
I
it
don't mean to
interesting
just
that
single
Reels,
them out.
I mean, I've used Reels, and I think Reels can generate a huge amount of business.
That's
for
the
you.
Meta product,
Yes,
obviously,
and
that
yet
competes with TikTok.
it's just so hard to beat this TikTok. I mean, it's just remarkable what a hammerlock it has.
Which is also why it hasn't been shut down. I mean, again, I would come back to the fact that this is unprecedented in the sense that the U.S. Congress passed a bill signed by President Biden that banned TikTok in the U.S., and yet it's not banned.
No, and that's one of the reasons why we used to think that advertising was at 600 billion. People talk about it as $1 trillion. And that's because these are the kind of advertisements that are so much more targeted that I mean, it used to be 50%. Used to say, oh, advertising is going to reach 50%. We just don't know what 50%.
Linear,
Now we
50,
do know.
Yeah, it's all.
Now we do know. So if
I know. This is where everybody.
Well, look, Insta is so unbelievable for products. It's just incredible.
Yeah.
I just wish our younger viewers could communicate to our older viewers. Anyone older than 40 really has no idea that this world exists unless you spend all your time trying to figure out how it does work.
Well, we know it exists, and we're over 40.
Well, we know how it exists because we're in a business that we're worried about the fundamentals.
You seem to be having an existential crisis right now, actually, about our business.
Well, I would say that. No, I don't really care where I work or what I do. You know what? This point in my life, easy come, easy go.
You could start a TikTok channel tomorrow. You'd be just fine.
Yeah, Zuckerberg did that, and he can't win.
Just fine.
He spends more time on Wayfair. I got the Wayfairs. They didn't have the language. They told me I didn't have the language. I'd go overseas. They don't have Dutch. Speaking to guys, people were speaking to me in Dutch. I said, just a second, let me put my glasses on. All that happened was that I couldn't see them as well because of their sunglasses in the middle of the night.
Okay. He's going to get ready for his mad dash. I'm going to sit here and try and understand what he... Actually, I do understand what you were just talking about.
And how about HP? You want to understand HP?
We'll talk about HP and Juniper, of course, not being able to close their deal.
You're good to know this TikTok.
We got a lot more squawk on the street. Oh, yeah, I mean, you got to ban it for your kids. It's not good for them. More squawk in the street, straight ahead.
Wait, we read Tolstoy?
A+.
All right, we're coming to the end of the second quarter. Take a look at the biggest gainers quarter to date on the S&P, led by Coinbase. Wow, what a quarter, of course. A lot of enthusiasm around crypto. And then you've got NRG and GE Vernova. Of course, that part of the overall AI data center need power theme that we've talked about so often. Vistra also a part of that, right, Jim?
We can't emphasize it enough.
Yeah. Opening bell's just a few minutes away. By the way, you can catch us anytime, anywhere by listening to and following the Squawk on the Street Opening Bell podcast. Time for a mad dash. It's going to be one of the great performing IPOs we've seen in some time.
Yes, it's Circle, and the key to Circle, it's a crypto ecosystem, but it's really the focus is on stablecoin. Because right now we have Tether, and that's a little sketchy. This is a non-sketchy
and it's number 2 after Tether in terms of usage.
What I think is interesting, David, is if I were to tell you that JP Morgan on the upper left were to start this with an underweight outside our comfort zone. Sell by JP Morgan, price target of 80. Now Goldman Sachs, on the other hand, has a hold price target of 83 with a hold.
These are the underwriters,
These
right?
are the underwriters. So you and I know that this is a period that is very similar to another era that we are very familiar with. And this is, you're trying to figure out whether it's 1998, 1995. But David, this stock is at 181. And the firm that brought it public says it should be at 80.
It's very interesting, Jim, and a good point to have made. Of course, we got all the coverage now of Circle, given the elapsed time since it went public. Usually you see ringing endorsement back in the old days, certainly.
So
in the
honestly,
underwriting.
not everything is insane. The underwriter usually says great things. JP Morgan basically last week said, look, this is too high. I applaud that, even as the individual investor may not believe it.
We'll keep an eye on Shows the Circle. By the way, the applause here is Verizon Communications celebrating its 25th anniversary. I guess since they created Verizon, right?
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, I think
over at the NASDAQ, alarm.com, provider of security monitoring for homes and businesses. Kind of a even market there as you look at the real-time exchange, sort of red and green.
When can we get to HPE?
When? Right now. Right now.
Okay.
HPE is a deal that is getting done. Juniper, the acquisition of Juniper by HPE is approved. Pending some, and I'm looking for my paper here to give you the specifics in terms of what they had to do to get the approvals from the Department of Justice.
I liked the deal. I remember that.
Here's the release from the Justice Department is better than the release from HPE in terms of telling you what they needed to do. Requires HPE to divest its Instant On business and mandates the merged firm license critical Juniper software to independent companies. HPE must divest its global Instant On campus and branch WLAN business, including all assets, intellectual property, R&D personnel, customer relationships to a DOJ-approved buyer. That's within 180 days, Jim. Also ensuring key software assets will be available to rivals looking to compete with the merged companies as well. That's kind of the key parts of the settlement they entered into. They got the deal done, and you can see Juniper is very close to the $40 a share that Hewlett had agreed to pay.
HP had been also ran to Dell. What I think is very interesting is I love these sites I go to. This time I go to Perplexity, okay, which I regard as an even-handed chat. And what do we see? It says the major competitors are Cisco and Arista. I like those companies very much. And HPE, there's of course the deal, right, on the deal on Juniper, pending if they could somehow, because of the acquisition of Aruba. So if Aruba has to go, the Justice Department is smart about this.
Yeah.
But I would tell you, David, that HPE is one of the biggest customers of NVIDIA. And by the way, I have Amazon tonight. Remember, NVIDIA is regarded as somewhat of as a gaining point for all of the hyperscalers because they're so expensive. This is not that, but Cisco's in the mix now. Maybe Hewlett Packard is going to be more than just a company that puts together NVIDIA for you. So I think that's why HP is trading up.
Yeah, well, also I think that the price is one, to your point that you're making, is one that looks quite attractive now that the actual deal is going to come to fruition.
And Mr. Neary, you've had talked to Mr. Neary.
Yeah, of course.
Tony Neary is someone who had told me, look, we get this, it's fantastic. What can I say? It's obviously fantastic.
I am taking a look at shares of Oracle. I wanted to do the quick calculation I like to do. We can leave it to Robert Frank, but you can also just do it all together here. In terms of Larry Ellison's net worth, it's always interesting when you hit new highs. This is the case right here. We're talking, 1.145 billion shares. So, let's see, 1.145 times, where are we in the stock right now? 225, let's call it.
David figuring out how much Larry Ellison is worth.
257.6 billion of Oracle stock right now for Mr. Ellison. That's the value of his. By the way, remember he owned a lot of Tesla.
Right.
There's plenty of other things.
Big Island in Hawaii, but it was been
257 billion. He's got to be moving up the ranks now. Richest man in the world.
New York doesn't like billionaires. Does he really not like Larry? I mean, is Larry like someone who he just doesn't thinks that should be? What should he?
I cannot speak for Mr. Mamdani.
I mean, is he a socialist?
Democratic nominee?
Is he a socialist or is he a communist? Do we prefer confiscation?
I don't know that either, but he did make the rounds on the talk shows yesterday. This is the Democratic nominee for mayor of New York. We'll be talking a lot about him in the coming weeks and months, of course, as he takes on the incumbent Eric Adams, who's running as an independent. But take a listen to what he had to say about billionaires.
You are a self-described democratic socialist. Do you think that billionaires have a right to exist?
I don't think that we should have billionaires because, frankly, it is so much money in a moment of such inequality. And ultimately, what we need more of is equality across our city and across our state and across our country. And I look forward to work with everyone, including billionaires, to make a city that is fairer for all of them.
Who's going to work with him? He's got a very upbeat sense to him, though. I'm sure that helps. But by the way, what if you want to have that as a national policy? Okay, have at it. But when you are actually running a city and trying to deliver services to people and maximize the revenues of said city so that you can deliver more of those services, chasing out the wealthiest people is probably not the best way to go about doing it. I wouldn't think, but
Florida.
Yes, when they can all go somewhere else. It's one thing if you do it at a national level. It's another when you try to do it on a local level. Now, it remains very much unclear what he really is capable of actually doing when it comes to tax policy. He needs Albany's help. When it comes to so many of the other policies, he needs the state government to follow through on what his aims and goals may be. And by the way, always worth mentioning, far from clear that he even will win the general election.
Well, I need people
which
to...
is many months away.
If you want to understand this man, I think you should read a really fabulous book. It's a long book. It's called To the Finland Station by Edmund Wilson. And it's about Lenin going to Russia and about the idea of the billionaires, the oligarchs, and what needs to be done. It's right there. And then you read the short text called What Is to Be Done, which is a fabulous book written. I know it's just a short book written by Lenin. And it echoes many of his points. Now look, Lenin won. He took over Russia. I'm not saying, I mean, Lenin was a mass murderer, so that's negative. Suboptimal. But I would say to the Finland Station.
But he did do it on a national level. Again, he wasn't just, doing it in St. Petersburg and then everybody could move somewhere else.
Lenin did not believe. It's interesting. So he killed the kulaks, which is even less than the billionaires.
Yeah.
So, after the billionaires pushed out the millionaires, right? Wind River, but the millionaires are next. So don't feel like you can get away with it.
But it's interesting, I guess, in the sense of sort of reflective of a certain theme of the electorate.
In the meantime, what do you make of Goldman being on the 700?
What do I make of Goldman Sachs this morning and the banks in general? The stress test, by the way, just more signs that things are good. No, it was not stressful. I think we would have been quite surprised had it been stressful.
Okay, but this is a good example. We didn't emphasize that came out at 4 o'clock on Friday. That's more important than the Fed. Because you're looking at a group with multiple expansions, 14 times earnings, maybe it goes to 18 times earnings. It suddenly becomes what we used to think about Procter or J&J, or maybe what we used to think about Apple, which cannot get out its own way, and I think probably could go down to 25 times earnings, which is
definitely reversed up my number.
But the banks are quite strong, other than Morgan Stanley and donor. Apple is problematic.
It's a shared.
It is problematic, Jim. You won't, but you're standing. I mean, you talk about it, about the negatives, but you won't sell it.
The number one product I just bought. Went on Amazon. Maybe I'm supposed to wait till July 8th but I really wanted one of my. I need more AirPods.
You need more AirPods?
Yeah, I do, because I've lost one. Okay. But I think what's really important, David, is they are a share donor to the other stocks I'm talking about. And it is because all they do is buy back stock, and they've seemed to be unable to articulate.
Give me some theme. I'm here, I have money that I want to invest. Give me a reason why, given the opportunity set, I should put it in Apple.
No, I'm not going to, because I think the multiple's too high.
Okay.
I've got a lot of other
What
stocks.
about their prospects? I mean, what's revenue growth been over the last few years?
Well, I think it's time they articulated a strategy for Siri. I mean, look, Amazon is coming in. Why is Andy Jassy going to talk to me? A host of reasons. But the Alexa Plus, which I've seen, Alexa Plus is the next level. Alexa Plus
We got the pullback on the SPY.
Yeah, but Alexa Plus can reason with you.
Watch it.
It's no longer a dumb machine. It's now a smart machine. And I can tell Alexa Plus, look,
here comes Uncle Jimmy.
Oh my, I've got 2 things scheduled. Alexa, please take care of that and get me out of the 12 call I have.
How in the heck do you do this?
I think that this is the next frontier, and it's really important. Alexa Plus.
And where's Apple when it comes to this frontier?
Why? How?
That's what I'm waiting for.
How'd you do
But
it?
I am not going to say. I mean, Apple's not going to do it until it's right. The problem is that right now it's getting a little late.
Well, and then the question becomes,
Is
OpenAI
flying to the inverse head and shoulders.
Johnny Ives over there developing some sort of device. We don't have no idea what it is.
No, Samsung.
Are they going to be able to at OpenAI at some point start to really?
When
Wait,
Samsung,
what? What does Samsung have to do with OpenAI?
Decide to switch to Samsung.
Oh, you're saying OpenAI is not a threat to Apple in the sense of a device?
No, because this is what I care about. This is still the best. But they do need to have Siri on board. But that's not revelatory. They've been saying it seriously.
Oh, Jim, you're so full of crap.
Because right now, if they bought Perplexity, I know that they are averse to buying companies, but Perplexity is my go-to. I'm on Perplexity maybe 20 times a day.
Are you now?
I get up and I see
I feel
something
like
I don't understand.
your habits have changed. For a while you were a chat guy, then you were talking all about Grok. Every day it was Grok. And now suddenly I'm finding Perplexity.
Yeah, but Grok is too long, too often.
Okay.
And what I'm trying to do is not bring wrong information to our viewers. And Perplexity, I have found to be wrong once or twice, maybe 1,000.
Well, you were early in calling for Apple to potentially buy. You've been joined by any number of people. There were some other people talking about it as well, even previous to when you started to bring it up.
Now you have what I was afraid of. You have all these things pre-market and they're up big, and that's just the people who go in on Robinhood and they just buy, and now they're underwater on everything, and that's something that they don't need to do. There's plenty of you don't need to be in the last frontier.
I got one name that is going up, and
Palantir.
You nailed it. Yeah.
Well, Palantir is going to 200. And do not pass go, do not collect 200. It's going to 200. Okay. I've been saying that now for 40 points. I was saying at 50 it was going to 100. There's no reason why it won't. It's got rule of 80. It's the fastest growing company on earth. Periodically, when you talk to someone in any department, they will, the government, they'll say, well, listen, they are the real Doge. Okay, they're the real Doge. But David, this is an odd market. Last week for stock trading, I said people should buy AeroVironment. I had them on.
We talked about this on
AeroVironment was at 180, and now AeroVironment's at 295.
Yeah, I mean, I remember our mad dash, Jim, where I think it was last Wednesday. It was up a little bit.
Well,
it's up about 5-6%.
It had been down. It was down 17 when
that
I
was in the pre-market.
When I interviewed Mr. Nawab,
and you were positive on it about the laser that they have that can take out the drone that's coming after you.
Because it's pennies.
And now look what you did to the stock.
No, I did not.
Look
do
what
that
you
to
did
the
to the
stock.
stock.
The Bears had to recognize that they were on the wrong. They were betting against the wrong.
I assume you wouldn't tell anybody to buy this thing at 286.
No, Goldman did though. Goldman came out today and recommended it.
Did they really?
Yeah, I recommended it at 186. They recommended it 286. I think I'm.
Yeah, it's kind of like if Jeffries is now on board with Disney.
Does that make more money than I do?
Which guy?
The guy recommended it at 286.
I don't have no idea because I don't know what you make. I don't know what they make. I doubt it. Rest easy.
You think so?
Yeah, I think you're better compensated than.
That's silly.
And then you got Jeffries, which comes out and says, "We believe Iger and Company finally right."
Okay, you're ready.
I guess they were waiting a while here to really
you Johnson getting
to really see
Position yourself.
Everything's looking good, so they go to a buy now.
Well, the
price target
theme parks
144. I don't think it's
risk.
particularly helpful.
What's really interesting is we're now starting to talk about cruise ships in 26. I would have waited till 27.
Yes.
617 strike.
Disney had a great quarter. Again, I think Hugh Johnson plays a big role, and James Gorman is going to play a big role.
James Gorman is leading the search for Iger's success.
He did bring back stability. Stability's working.
He has absolutely.
Make a business.
I would say yes.
Make a business decision.
See, I know how to
617s.
How about that Lululemon? No comeback there.
Stop laughing.
Why does Microsoft go?
Wait. Let's come back to the banks because we really
You.
didn't get them very long, and they are rallying. And you made the point. Goldman Sachs is up over 2%. Wells Fargo over. Let me share a Wells Fargo note from Mike Mayo, one of the well-known analysts, joins us oftentimes. As a result of the stress, has freed up capital is estimated at $100 billion over 2 years.
Right.
$50 billion
119, 120,
another $50 billion
617s.
Assuming the results next year are similar to this year's in terms of the stress tests and what the banks can return, for example, in capital and things of that nature. He says that's enough capital for more loans, deals, and buybacks. Capital markets players are helped relatively more. JPM, Goldman Sachs, Citi, Bank of America as banks with the most excess capital likely to be deployed. And so you are seeing a nice move in these stocks.
Well, Wells Fargo's trading 14 times earnings. They had that cap ever since February 8th of 2018. That comes off. We saw that come off a week ago. What I think that matters is Charlie Scharf wants to take over a lot of the businesses done by other banks. And I say that by when you bring in Doug Lawrence, vice chairman, when you bring in a lot of these people from JP Morgan, it doesn't matter. Goldman obviously is M&A. It's doing very, very well. JP Morgan doing terrifically. But the one I'm focused on for my charitable trust is Capital One. Richard Fairbank and what he's doing with a closed loop system with Discover Financial. And I want to know. I don't know what he's up to, but I wish he'd come on because, man, is he good.
I wanted to come back to Oracle, which is not up quite as much as it appeared in the pre-market, but it's still up almost 6%. They put an 8K out. They said positive things. They said them because the CEO, Safra Catz, would be saying them to company personnel today in a public forum or some sort of a forum. But in the safe harbor statement, Jim, on the 8K, which is the filing, they do say that the amounts ultimately recognized from the contract noted above.
I didn't say nothing.
Is that $30 billion in
bullshit.
revenue from that
It's a lie.
services agreement. They say that
I didn't say it.
contract will not result in any change to Oracle's fiscal year 2026 guidance as well in connection with its most recent earnings on
I didn't say it.
2011. So
material.
I know. So that is interesting. So here's the thing. You say that.
I didn't.
The market reacts, but they also made the point, it's just right below it in the safe harbor provisions, that it's not going to change their overall guidance.
That's
so
what matters.
Take that for what it's
not
worth.
material. They're not going to remodel. Well, that's
Yeah.
that puts that's not good. That's not good. People are going nuts for something that they shouldn't be.
I didn't say it,
They're
Jim.
different today than in Nvidia.
Okay.
Look at that PMI.
Yeah.
The Fed. Let's forget about making money on everything. The Fed.
We do have to get to Rick Santelli for that PMI.
I just think that we should not have viewers. Do you mind?
No, I don't. Take it away, Rick.
Yes, David. The Chicago PMI for June comes in on the light side. Not shocking. 40.4. It's the second lowest reading of the year outside of January when we were under 40, and it's the 18th consecutive negative read, meaning under 50, contraction mode. We see that the markets on the interest rate side are slightly lower in yields, not huge, and it's being led by the short end. And for tomorrow, we're going to really dig deep. This is Chicago PMI on the manufacturing side. Tomorrow we'll get S&P Global and ISM's manufacturing PMIs, and later in the week we'll get service sector. So we're kicking it off, and this is a bit of a weak start. But remember, Squawk on the Street will return after a very short break.
starts now.
Well, earlier we showed you the quarter's biggest gainers.
Interesting.
How about the other side? And of course, wow, look, I mean, United Health, what a challenging quarter, to say the least.
Maybe
it
we'll call
was
you that when they report them.
for that company. Of course, Medicare Advantage in terms of mispricing, any number of other missteps there. What was always sort of a bellwether, right, Jim?
Best.
Not anymore. Oof. And then you see some of the other names as well.
Right there's the data center.
Yeah. All right, we got a lot more for you straight ahead. Squawk on the Street. Don't go anywhere. All right, time for stop trading. What do you got?
You know I'm focused on tariffs. I mentioned earlier that Amazon anti-jazz the show I'm talking about. But the China tariffs are here. Whirlpool. Okay, the government decided to back Whirlpool versus foreign companies that make appliances. Whirlpool sells at 7 times earnings. The stock can go to 120 in a heartbeat because they are going to have this market to themselves after the tariffs come in. I've been waiting for this industry to be able to rationalize for a long time.
But there are already tariffs on a lot of those appliances.
Well, now
China?
we're talking about big tariffs. We're talking about making it so that work will become cheap. This is the beginning of what I regard as people saying, wait a second, tariffs distort the market and keep out inexpensive makers. I would say that the only one left that we have is Whirlpool, and good luck going against Whirlpool once we start doing these tariffs.
Where's Ohio? Where's a lot of their stuff based? Their factories.
Ben Harbin in Michigan.
Michigan.
But I think it's important is that we sold a lot of our companies, the appliance companies, to Asia.
Well, yeah, higher. I mean,
exactly
GE, right? GE refrigerators, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So maybe it's time that we gave these companies a chance because our American manufacturers have been crushed by overseas.
Okay, all true, but at the same time, it's interesting because it will result in costing more. So
Absolutely.
it's almost it's kind of it's not socialism, but it's definitely saying the workers are more important in a way, and you should pay more.
Right, now everyone should have learned to read What Is to Be Done by Lenin and To the Finland
Or by
Station.
Chernyshevsky, who preceded him with that title. Just saying.
What, Val?
No, Chernyshevsky was prior to Lenin, wrote What Is to Be Done.
No, Lenin wrote What Is to Be Done.
No, first it was Chernyshevsky.
Oh, the first? Okay, I didn't know there was
Yes.
a second.
I learned that
second
Russian
edition.
history. All right, what do you got on the show tonight? You got Andy Jassy. Do we need to say any more?
No, Andy is the CEO of Amazon, and I think maybe the most important person when it comes to trying to keep prices down in this country.
All right.
And that matters.
It does.
Because our country's gripped with inflation, and that man's fighting.
All right. We're on a record run on
Do
the...
I see Will Frost?
Yes,
in the
Wilfred
wings?
Frost is coming up. We got
I
Horse
miss
Walk
him
on the
so
Street.
much. He is the best.
Monday morning. Welcome to Squawk on the Street. I'm Sarah Eisen with David Faber, and Wilfred Frost is back. Welcome.
Thank you very
Good
much.
to have you. We are live from Post 9 at the New York Stock Exchange. Carl has the morning off. Stocks are at record highs as we open here on Monday morning. Holiday shortened week. S&P up 0.25%. Financials in the lead today. That's maybe a welcome back, Wilfred. Communication services also up about 0.7%. We've got energy lagging. So are some of the defensive groups like utilities, real estate. Those are both down. Consumer staples as well. Treasuries show you how they're kicking off the week. We have a light day today. More coming later in the week, but bullish tone with yields a little bit lower. The 10-year yield 4.25 and the 2-year yield 3.725. Coming up this hour, National Economic Council Director Kevin Hassett will join us as senators vote this hour on the big, beautiful bill. We'll talk about the economic impact of the legislation, the outlook for the economy as well in the second half. Plus, the summer box office kicking into high gear. F1, the movie, speeding to the top of the charts this weekend. We'll talk to the IMAX CEO about the debut. And yes, I saw it for a second time.
Are you a fan of F1? Looking forward to that discussion.
It's a great movie.
But first, we're 30 minutes into the trading session. Here are three big movers that we're watching. Moderna gaining on positive results from a late-stage trial of its flu vaccine, clearing a path forward for that product in the company's separate combination flu and COVID shot. It's up 1.4%. The DOJ has settled its lawsuit challenging HPE's all-cash acquisition of Juniper Networks. The settlement requires the combined company to divest HPE's wireless networking business and license the source code for some of Juniper's AI software. As you can see, those stocks moving higher, quite healthy moves. Oracle jumping to new highs in early trading after a filing showed positive comments from CEO Safra Catz about cloud demand. That's up 5.6%, a massive 60% gain so far this quarter for Oracle.
It's been an amazing run. As for what is ahead for us this week in the macro world, I mentioned late day today. Big report is going to be Thursday, unusual jobs report because of Friday, 4th of July. Ahead of that, we do have manufacturing numbers starting tomorrow, ISM, construction spending, also the JOLTS, which job openings. We know the Fed pays attention to that. Chair Powell also speaks at the ECB forum this week in Sintra, Portugal. The jobs data continues throughout the week with private sector on Wednesday and ADP, and then I mentioned jobs report Thursday. It's important because we're getting to this weird place where the Fed is kind of caught in between its mandates of worrying about future high inflation, which it thinks it's coming from tariffs, or having to worry about the jobs market, which is showing some softening. But guys, I wanted to focus on tariffs right now because we're approaching this July 9th. Some are calling it Liberation Day Part 2. We'll see what happens when the Liberation Day exemptions expire, where he brought those revenues back to, or those tariffs back to 10%. But look how much we've been collecting in revenues. And I did this in part because Wilfred's here and he can talk about the UK trade deal. But just, this is the monthly numbers. And they have gone up a lot. June is actually set for another big increase of $27 billion. That is money coming into U.S. coffers from tariffs. Now, who pays it? That's a matter of discussion, right? Is it the U.S. consumer? We know it's the U.S. importer, right? They have to pay it to bring stuff in to this country. And we are collecting a lot of revenue. So far, guys, $121 billion has flowed into the U.S. government since the start of the fiscal year. It's still a tiny portion of the overall revenues that the U.S. government gets, but it's increasingly a lot. Especially, we haven't seen it in terms of the consumer paying off higher inflation.
It's really fascinating to see the significance of it. Of course, as you say, tiny compared to the financing needs of the government in the coming years or the coming months, and that's what a lot of the sort of bears are focusing on. It's interesting as well, you snapshot the UK. Of course, we're still paying a 10% tariff. Well, our deal, much better than most countries managed to get so far with the US, but still worse than the status quo before Liberation Day, and of course for an ally and for a country that David rightly pointed out before we started that doesn't have a massive trade deficit with the US. Odd that we've gone backwards, albeit in a better place than other countries. Do you know what, just snapshot on that I think is really interesting this morning? The digital sales tax that Canada was going to impose has been scrapped. So clearly Trump's tough pressure on Carney late last week has worked.
Gotta win.
We've still got our digital sales tax, 2% compared to Canada's 3%. And it sort of suggests that the kind of soft, conciliatory approach, despite our position with the US being worse than it was 6 months ago, kind of worked. It's not a hugely deep trade deal, and it can change on a dime, of course, we all know. But quite interesting, I want to ask Kevin Hassett about that, because it does sort of suggest the soft approach.
Don't put it on the radar. He's going to rip up your trade deal.
You know, Sarah, it's interesting to note the tariff revenues, what they will be for June, obviously was $20-odd billion in May.
22 in May, and it looks like it's about 27, but could finalize in the next few days.
And obviously we have the big, beautiful bill working its way through Congress now.
Yes.
At this very moment, in fact, and any number of provisions in there are having impacts in different parts of the market potentially. But that significant revenue, whether it will continue and can be said to be a constant in terms of offsetting some of the tax cuts that are taking place and how it looks in the budget line, they can argue that. That said, many people say it's one-time in nature, that the revenues will drop dramatically, and it gets back to the whole inflationary picture, which of course you talk about so often. And that
Right,
the Fed
at what
chair
cost,
continues to
right?
Right.
Like,
Continues
if-
to look for that we haven't yet seen, at least in the numbers and the data.
CBO actually did some work on this, and they projected if these tariffs of where they stand now stand for the next 10 years, and that's, past President Trump's administration, $2.8 trillion it could reduce the primary deficit by $2.8 trillion. So that is a big offset, but there are a lot of what ifs. First of all, what's the cost on inflation, on earnings? Also, will actually these tariffs hold? So it's hard to rely on
And
that.
will people change their buying patterns, and so therefore you will favor domestically manufactured.
Given that it's the start chat and it's the end of the quarter, the end of the halfway point of the year, I just have to dwell on something that in 10 years of knowing each other, I don't think I've ever had this opportunity to say that so far year to date, as we end this quarter, the FTSE 100 is outperforming the S&P 500. Not by much, by 1%. It's taken 9 years.
And the British pound too.
The British pound's back
Really
to post on a trade-weighted basis is above its pre-Brexit level, unbelievably. That's the story of the year, is the dollar weakness. I mean, I don't think it's so much.
You're really buttering her up this morning,
No,
aren't
and
you?
he cares about what I care about.
I
This
know,
is like
I know, the
long-term-
two of you.
long-term
That's why I'm
situation.
leaving at 10:30 today. You guys can
We
just
don't
have the
need
rest
to.
of the show.
Just go.
Yes, Wilf, the dollar has been very weak, hasn't it, Sarah?
The dollar's been weak, and I think the question is, this
That wasn't a
revenge
farm, by
tax.
the way. You're right. I genuinely care about this.
He
as well.
genuinely cares. I know. Well, and it matters for him, and the British pound being strong. But there's a few things behind this. I do wonder if the dollar will get a benefit from this so-called revenge tax going away, because that was a big concern, I think, from other countries, and just the idea that there was catch-up. The U.S. exceptionalism trade. People found a reason to sell that. We'll see if that continues.
Let's bring in Adam Parker now and talk to him, of course, founder of Trivariate Research. Adam, great to have you here.
Yeah, good to see everyone.
Why don't we start on that dollar point? 10% down year to date, quite orderly. There's some benefits of that, there's some costs of it.
Right.
If it's another 10% in the second half of the year, does that scream something's wrong? Is something already suggesting that something's wrong or not?
It's funny. I listened to your macro conversation up front, and then I looked at your screen and it said record highs for S&P and NASDAQ. So when you talk to institutional investors all day, they're not really day-to-day concerned with it. I think it's the most consensus macro trade out there that the dollar will keep weakening. I think everybody believes that.
That means it won't.
And, that's the part that worries me a little bit is now, everyone believes it. I think there's offsets, as you point out. I mean, David just mentioned, look, if you get a commensurate loss in unit demand, that's bad. But all else equal, of course, a weakening dollar helps U.S. multinationals' earnings, all else equal. So the question is, do they change their patterns in spending or not? If they don't, select industrials, pharma, tech, staples have a bit of an earnings, tailwind in the second half of the year into next year that you'll start hearing companies talk about a little bit. So to me, equities are about margins expanding, and anything that makes me think on the margin they can go up, it makes me more optimistic, and that's certainly coming up. But the weakening dollar is the most consensus macro trade on earth.
What is your number one sector pick for second half of the year?
There's two sectors I like, financials and healthcare. I think financials might be consensus, to be honest with you. I'm finding for the first time, you mentioned UK working for the first time in more than a decade versus the US. Well, I feel like it's the first time
Only just
ever.
well.
Yeah, only just. But it's the first time I can remember, maybe since before the financial crisis, where I can find both like offense and defense in financials. Like I feel like you've got your defensive names, you can own Progressive and they'll keep working, or select insurers, and you can own offense. You can own the alts, you can own Jefferies, you can own things that could whip around and bounce higher if we get more M&A, and then you can own your kind of quality, JPMs and Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs. So I just feel like there's lots of things to own in that sector, whereas in the past it was more of a call option on the rate environment or something else happening. So I like financials, and then I like healthcare. It's been a bit of a dog's breakfast, I guess you guys say across the pond, but it really just
not that often.
Yeah, once in a while. But I like my dog, so my dog eats well. But I think there's the productivity potential from AI implementation is super high. You have a lot of inefficient businesses, a lot of employees, a lot of low margin, and we've seen stocks when they have low margins and you dream they're going higher, trade at really huge multiples in other sectors. So that's part of the reason.
That's what I was wondering if the AI improvements, efficiencies are helping to offset any margin pressure or profit pressures from the tariffs? Because you do wonder who's paying all of this and where it's coming from if we're not seeing a spike in consumer inflation.
The reason you can't get too bearish on U.S. equities is because all the investments have a 2 to 3 year kind of return time. May 2023 was the first time NVIDIA had their big upward sales revision, right? So if these take 2 to 3 years, let's say 3 years, you're going to start seeing massive benefits in 2026. And so you want to get negative on U.S. equities, do that while you have this dream of margin expansion. And I think that dream is still, innocent until proven guilty, right? So I don't think you want to get too negative. And healthcare is probably the area where you can, most quickly benefit. You've seen stocks in like drug distribution, McKesson, Cardinal, Cencora, which are really low margin businesses, be pretty good stocks because people are dreaming margins can go from 1 to 1.5 or something.
Or is it based on some sort of reality? And what's going to be the first tell that in fact these efficiencies that we've discussed are actually coming to the fore?
So we read in every word from every earnings call transcript with natural language processing. We look for any signs of it. Cencora, which is the old AmerisourceBergen, for those who have it mentioned two quarters ago on their call, they made a comment about AI efficiencies. Walmart showed a little bit, maybe 3-4 quarters ago. So you're just looking for any verbiage around, hey, you know what? We can grow without hiring at the rate we used to. Or I can start dreaming I grow 3% per year without any net hiring at all. Quest Diagnostics, there's companies that are talking about that. I mean, it's like, I don't know what it's like in the UK, but when you go to a hospital or a doctor in New York, half of them still hand you a clipboard and you're circling stuff and you're just like, come on guys, like scan my retina, know my life, and let's move on, right? So there's just so much potential for improvement. So it's the classic, is bad or is bad like good because it's opportunity for improvement? And I'm starting to lean more in the opportunity for improvement camp, just in terms of tech and healthcare, driving efficiency. So I like both those, and they're not correlated, which is another thing that's good. Everyone I'm talking to is just looking for non-AI trades to balance the portfolio because everyone's just loaded in the AI trade.
Adam, as always, a pleasure.
Yeah,
Thanks
nice
so
to
much.
see everyone. All right, happy 4th.
Yeah.
All right, to you.
Thanks, Adam. All right, we've got some news and some fresh comments from Treasury Secretary Bessent. Megan Casella has those details for us. Megan.
Guys, good morning. Bessent was just speaking to Bloomberg TV and made a few headlines, made a few bit of news on a couple of different topics. The first is on Fed Chair Powell, and he talked about sort of the timeline moving forward for a Fed nomination. He was asked about news he had made on CNBC on Friday that nomination could come in October or November, even though Powell's seat doesn't expire, his term doesn't expire until May. Bessent saying today that there is a seat opening in January. That's a 2-year seat for a 14-year term. And so he says the administration is considering nominating someone to that 14-year seat who would go on to become the Fed chair. He was asked if there would then be confusion if that person gets nominated and takes their seat in January just to become the chair in May when Powell steps down. He says there should not be any confusion because obviously there are people who are currently at the Fed who are under consideration. So confirming at least some of the people who might go on to become the Fed chair are already at the Fed. He also, of course, had some criticism for the Fed, as we've heard from the administration, saying they made a gigantic mistake in 2022. He sees no inflation from tariffs and says, quote, they seem to be a little frozen at the wheel here. The other topic that he did hit on is trade and that July 9th deadline. He said there will be a flurry of trade deals going into the final week.
It is 9/12.
He was asked whether that would be a deadline where we saw tariffs increase. He says that's going to be up to the president. We do have countries that are negotiating in good faith, but they should be aware, he says, this is a quote, if we can't get across the finish line because they are being recalcitrant, then we could spring back to the April 2nd levels.
Woo!
That doesn't have to happen, but we could see some tariffs increase next week, maybe not all of them. Guys.
You might, huh?
Okay, thank you, Megan. Megan Casella.
Tough
Here's
chick.
our red man for the rest
God.
of the hour. After the break, National Economic Council Director Kevin Hassett, speaking of the Fed, the latest on the big beautiful bill,
Goodbye, girl.
costs, and of course,
I want to listen to
Fed
your
chair.
bias.
Apollo's Torsten Slot will join us and lay out his expectations for the economy and the Fed in the second half of this year.
I'm listening.
Consistent in their language.
And you're done
The
too.
markets are still pricing in cuts not until September. I really think it's a push to even think about before that, but unemployment, and then if
So I like
Powell does change
listening
tone at all, those would be the two that I would be looking at this week.
to stuff like this because it triggers my mind to work. Oh, you said what? Boeing? No, I might want to look at AUL or transportation or supplies. Boeing, huh? Excuse me. Look at it. I'm dying. God, what the hell? Well, that sucked. It's in my bus. God. I'm here. Dude, that little tickled throat. God, it's bad this morning, but jeez, just a little piece of something feels like a nut. My nussicles are very sensitive. Very sensitive. Now right now we're just going sideways. Not sure about a breakout. Hey, there's Roblox right there. Miss Pedalini, which I still think it's Tiddlini. Tesla had a pull back under 320. I love you, Peppolini. There's a lot of guys that love you just as much as me. Well, we got bull flag. Came back to support. We're at the VWAP. May I ask you once why? Carl's way is the best way. Believe him. It's true. Ain't that right? Ain't that right, Funk? Oh, yes. Okay. He's watching. He's watching real close right here, Randy. Gone. Shit. It's a new plan, Stan. I don't need no corduroys. Just listen to me. Get off the bus, Gus. Don't want to discuss it much. Sit back and sip on your cannabis tea. JP Morgan keeps overweight rating on Roblox. That's what they say. Okay.
We lost the orb on the S, so if you're long, I don't know why. The next support on the S is 62.17. That's going to be a pre-market low. Directions pretty clear on 5-minute to me. You rejected VWAP 3 times. You've lost the orb. You've lost the cloud. You got Death Cross 6 degrees below the 200. Until you break the 9 on the 5, don't go long. Matter of fact, until you break the VWAP up on the 5, don't go long. Order book doesn't show anything but top.
Excuse me. Glub. Something got in the back of my throat back in there and I just couldn't wash it out. Still feel something on my gums, but sensitive.
for vacation already?
Boeing. What time is it? Lunchtime.
Studio, I'm actually looking at the order book. 6230 and 6230.50. Have some decent size orders in.
Hold on. Nope. Okay. She walked right into her step. Now, it's going to say, Jim, am I bullish or am I bearish? I can only do this for so long. And we did hit the 63 finally. It's a good question. If I caught it just a little bit sooner, I'd have jumped in it. I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. Okay? We had one heck of a windstorm last night. There's a big tree, root trees are down. Huge. And we've had so much rain. I knew this would happen. Because everything is so green. It's got a little too top heavy. You get 80, 90 mile an hour wind. I say we're going to do something here, Funk, soon.
Yeah, I haven't taken a trade yet today, and I'm glad I didn't.
Yeah.
There's been nothing but chop.
That's what it's been. Right now we're at support. So.
I'm just not interested in that 8-point move.
No. Yeah, I usually get up. I might have heard the storming. I know it's pretty bad, but I didn't think it was that bad. Pretty bad. Right now, the 63 is support level on the SPX. He's watching it close here. The crowd's going wild at the sports arena. You're right, Rick. This is Jim. Okie dokie. Disney's at 123.49. They're pumping Disney. It does better when it's less talked about. Yeah, it does. Spy broke the double bottom down here at Jimmy Collins. 1, 2, 3 bits, 4 bits, and 5e. Boom. Yep.
Netflix is coming up to a huge sport. The 63 on the 30-minute.
We're going to find out about Spy.
I like that Netflix setup. It's bounced off that 63 every day for 8, 10, at least 10 days. On the chart goes back. Set an alert for Netflix at 13:20.
Very good. Very good.
next 30 minutes now.
I'll be right back. Get some water. Excuse me. Coughing again. Ugh. She broke out. Jimmy said it gets to a point where it says, okay, now I've got all the suckers I want. He just sold his just a bit ago because he didn't see us touching the 63. We didn't tell him.
Your favorite,
Yeah.
Baba is at the 63 and the top of the orb on the 5.
Oh my God, Baba. Baba.
It's doing an orb retest right now.
Doing an orb retest back to the 200 on the 1 minute.
But yeah, on the 5 minute, that's the exact same spot as the 63, so that's going to be hard to score to push under.
Dad, how come Grandpa doesn't come wake me up in the middle of the night no more? She was a very bad grandma. He's watching it here.
Amazon's weak and Google are weak.
Yeah, NVIDIA just started moving past the 200.
Yeah, NVIDIA's the only one that's above its EMA cloud. Tesla's low, Amazon's low, Google's low, Meta's low.
George. There we go. The crowd doesn't know what to think right now. I don't know what to think either, Jim. How'd you do it?
How does he do it?
Yep. He puts one foot in front of the other, and then he'll go going and having steak with George. George's an interesting guy when it comes to eating steak, too. He doesn't mess around. Very good. Oh boy. see where I am.
and come back to the horn.
Yep.
Or we'll stop at the horn, though. It is 11 o'clock. Hourly roller. It's kind of easy to trade, Rob. That one's got clear levels on it, believe it or not. But the book map is super useful for master. I don't know why it's so different than others. Those, like that 400 level, there's 1,100 buy orders sitting there. So, like, that's strong. It's super easy to look at. $395 has 11,000 buy orders. In fact, I'm gonna set an alert for 395. It hits it. Only thing I don't like about the toss book map, I think I'm going to go with another service because toss doesn't show you the iceberg orders. Costco has a large book order at $9.80, over 5,000 orders. Palantir's score is 138. $102,600 orders. Holy shit. Yeah, it's like a bounce there. Let's take a look at NVIDIA. Where's your floor at?
NVIDIA.
Huge sell order at 158. Huge buy order 157.74. Damn, it's got a lot of volume. At 103,000 orders at 158. NVIDIA's hard to read on the book map. It's got orders everywhere.
Yep.
Tesla, not so much. Holy, that's pretty quick. Nice. You got 40,000 sell orders at 322. MA, what are you talking about, dude? It hasn't moved 8 points in the entire day. That's not a bull or a bear trap. That's just chopping the shit out of everybody's contracts. That might have been a dollar move in a contract. It's been in a 9-point window for an hour and 15 minutes.
Okay. Mr. Ooh, Mr.
Yeah. Hood's picking up steam again, too.
Well, shoot.
You have huge contracts on Amazon at 220. So like right here in this zone. Jesus Christ, they all got sucked up. 20,000 contracts just got sucked up. Let's say that was a damn bounce spot. Look at how clean that bookmap pegged that freaking reversal. Amazon has 26,005 contracts sitting at 219.50 and another 10,000 at 219. So anywhere in that 50% area, you got 35,005 contracts. Yes, you're working on 3 black crows on the 5-minute to right to the freaking bottom of the orb. I like that setup. Are they loading foots, Rob, or is that something you just like for some other reason? 'Cause I see the 30-minute 63 EMA on ES has been acting as support all day. Now, if a candle opens up above, or if a candle opens below 62.30, then I'll like it. Yeah, pretty great. Oh, pretty strong pre-line now. It's 3 touches. 4 touches. Amazon's about to hit that 1950 mark. Take a look at the book map. See if those orders, yeah. Got almost 30,000 orders sitting between 219 and 219.50. I'd say it bounces at 219.50.
Hmm.
Oh, my body's sore. Jimmy has a sore body. The volatility on a 2-minute. Wake up call. There it is. Very good job, Jim. I'm impressed. Back. Oh, there goes Mr. breaking out. Be right back. Okay. A little bit of water. He's watching. Some zoo.
Nice little view here.
You don't look like me. You do. Good. 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 Oh, yeah. Fuck. Piece of shit. What's the restrictions, man? Fuck yeah. Let's do it. We're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Okie dokie. Well, well. Looks to me like we got a little channel again. Progress. Just look at the 5-minute. POTR. We're at the VWAP on the /ES. And we bounced off to the 200 on the SPX on the 1 minute. Oh man, my arms are sore. Well, well. IWM. Oh, yeah. Joby Aviation's pouncing on some kind of news. Joby, Joby. Joby Aviation hit 3-year highs today. Woo! Damn. That's big news. Sweetheart. Joby. I don't like the breakouts like that. I just don't like him. And that's come all the way back down to 820. 250 dip. Yeah, let's put it right here. Let's see if it might not even touch it. It does touch it. It's at $8.49 for Joby. And they ain't joking around, Jobying around. I had a Joby incident that happened to me one time. I can't remember what it was. Keep thinking Jamaica, but well, Apple's squeezing. Okay, here we go again. Back to support. So are we going to stay here? It's a tight budget bill going on up there. Okay, we got a double bottom here on the SPX, folks. Get ready. Get ready. Jimmy's getting ready. And SPY. SPX. Right here. Right here. Get ready. He's doing it. Crazy. Whoa. Oh. $6,200s right now at 350. Ooh. 3.
Jimbo.
Yep.
Am I looking at that inverse head and shoulders on the 5 minute on the S?
Yes. We just kind of went below it. You got a triple bottom coming up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 62.31.
Yeah, somewhere in there. 62, 32, 50 area.
10 minutes left on this hourly candle. They might push it down to that area by the end of the hourly.
Yep.
If they do, I'll take longs there.
Looks good. I think you and me would probably jump in here maybe if we broke this upcoming moving average. 62, 37, 50.
But that's why I have it marked. That 62.31 level is also the 63 on the 30 minute.
Oh, yep.
It's double confirmation. God, I think we're going to I'm going to lose it.
Okay.
Last 5 minute candle. Yeah, I'm looking at those 6200s, Rob. It's almost to my level. I need to hit 6231.50, 6232. Finish out this 5-minute candle, and then it rolls over to the next hourly. And what I've noticed is that the beginning of each hourly has like some good buying on it.
Okay.
Son of a bitch. Don't even think about doing that right now. It's gotta be news. Something just the volatility in it. God. Oh God. 1 hour candle's going crazy. Not sure how that drove it down, but okay. Minutes on the hourly. Hourly pre-market lows at 62.24.
Oh boy. I got lost in the jungle again. 2 more hours. Oh.
I gotta call home. Everybody wants to know my level to buy is 62.24.
Right here, huh? Slappity doo. Let's get to you. expensive. Where's Caroline at? Nicole? What you do with her? Something ain't right. We're experiencing technical difficulties. We're experiencing technical difficulties. Yeah. Always clean as Jim. Hello? Okie dokie. Well, I've been getting a lot of rest lately. That's for sure. 141, 241 Eastern. You know, the market tells me not to trade a lot. It ain't telling me to trade a lot. Right now, it's kind of telling me to. Well, where's Nicole? Where's Caroline? Well, a little bit too far out of the money now. The 6,200s are at 105. Yeah, I still want that trade. That buck. If I can get him for a buck. Maybe, baby. $135. Interesting. Woo! Haha. Why didn't they pay off more? I mean, it's okay, but God, it should have been a lot higher than that. Richard, something sounds fishy around here. 6200s. Can't complain when the money is heading for your drain. Up to the 63, to the 200. That's the SPX. There's a /ES right there. That was a beautiful candle. Couldn't ask for better timing. Jim's here. The champ is back. Let's go, champ. Randy, you know what I mean by that, Brian? Shit. Okay. Uh-huh. This is breaking around. Okey-dokey. I missed that little entry. Just trying. Oh, you dog. That sucks. 3 more minutes to Power Hour. And there we go, baby. Jimmy said. What I said was said. You think they're now at $5? Yep, I said it. At $1. Woo! In case we get a happy knife. Look at my tea. All this good luck is happening to me. My puss. Tea. Boom. $5:30. Right up there. Ooh. Oh. 560, 570. Now put maybe. But scalping. Can use 61.95 at 750. There's your reversal. Nice call, Jimmy. $8.20. Oh my. That'd have been a nice one. Just held them. $600. What are you talking about? Woo! $61.76 twice. Very interesting. I'll remember that next time. Yes, I will. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. it's clean. It's Jim.
Hello?
Yo, what's up?
My name's Michael. How are you?
Not too good. Yeah. Okie dokie. Jimmy's gonna do some more studying. I played 3 trades. This last one I could have kept. So double bottom snake breakout. Boom. Yeah.